All right, folks. Well, guess what? We're back, and even though it is 1,000 years between shows, even though it's a week, this
Well,
last
it's
one's
not
only been
long
like
enough.
900 years or so. It was a relatively slow week. Only 999,999 things happened instead of a million. So, starting off with some interesting news, actually, and something that we've covered kind of off and on, is Palworld, and just something that we haven't covered, just as a quick update, is that basically all the U.S. suits have kind of fallen apart. All the patents have basically just been said to be, this is ridiculous. What are you trying to do? That has existed for years before you even started making video games. Well, you don't,
So
kind of thing.
something I said at the very beginning with that when we were talking about this, and he said, "Oh, but the lawsuits are happening in Japan, which is different." Um, I'm of course assuming that these showed up shortly afterwards. I mentioned that prior art is going to ruin any patent lawsuits they try to pull, specifically any patents they try to pull as well, specifically because they filed after Palworld existed.
Indeed, they
You
did.
cannot patent things that already happened.
And
You have to be the
interestingly
one who
enough,
makes it happen. You get
that
1 year for publication.
well, what's happened with that is that has
Original.
negatively affected their potential wins in their home
On it,
country, where they've got
because
the power.
WTO rules start to apply.
Well, exactly that.
That's,
So what's happened is because they weren't just off the jump on Palworld's back, their maximum, absolute maximum, anything, total. There
mm-hmm.
are no other anythings than this. 30,000 roughly U.S. dollars in Japanese yen in fees to Pocket Pair. That is the literal maximum that can be inflicted on Pocket Pair.
Sucks to suck, I guess.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That is I mean, they're basically just blown
So,
out.
so is Pocket Pair going to re-implement some of the things that they phased out as part of the lawsuit?
That will
That's the one
require.
thing I want to know.
They can't yet. It would literally be impossible. So what's got to happen is this has got to finish. They've got to see what the judge says as to where they've crossed the line in Japan, because they could release just a USA only version at this point. That is basically the original Power World.
They should.
That would be funny.
They should.
That would be very funny. Because to be fair, the game is the way it is because of the American audience. But
Yeah.
but that said, it's basically done. I mean, their literal worst case, if every single thing goes completely against them, 30 grand. That's nothing. That's fucking pocket change. Nintendo paid their lawyers way, way more than that to make this bullshit happen.
Wow.
So yeah, it's done. It's basically done, and we'll see how that plays out, and that will
Stick a
determine.
fork in it, guys.
Oh yeah, and then now this is we have to see exactly where the court comes down and says this is where you crossed the line, this is where you didn't, this is what you can do, this is what you can't, and that still leaves them the opportunity to appeal, because reasonably they have every right for one, and they have very good arguments that a lot of the stuff that they do is just totally legitimate and had already existed in, as you say, prior art, prior instances, prior games. Games that predate Pokemon have had the summoning of monsters.
I mean, the Digimon argument comes to mind here.
The Final Fantasy One argument comes to mind here.
Yeah.
It's been a thing since forever. Well, not forever. I mean, about as long as video games have been a thing. But something that hasn't been a thing forever, and unfortunately, due to the lateness of our show, this data will not be of a lot of use to a lot of people, unfortunately, other than your dear host. And that is Steak and Shake, because of the American win at their opener. I believe it was against Paraguay, or maybe Panama. I think Paraguay. They were doing a
The team is very upset. That's whoever it is.
well, beyond that, also that, yes, but also beyond that is they're doing a Patriot Shake. So if you're listening to this and you're within the sound of my voice,
Alrighty.
it's not too late. You've got until closing time to run down and get yourself a 50-cent Patriot Shake, they're pretty good. It's kind of like banana with like cookie crumbles.
If you say with rice, I'm gonna smack you.
No. It was like vanilla wafer crumbles. Really good. So I had that and a burger for dinner, which was perfectly acceptable dinner. But yeah, the U.S. actually won their opener. It was Paraguay.
Right, you did.
4-1, as a matter of fact, did quite impressively well, all things considered. For being the dark horse. And
if I remember correctly, Paraguay was not expected to win in any way, shape, or form. Like the U.S. was expected to win that game. So, good on us because we're not really a soccer nation.
Exactly.
I watched a whole bunch of pussies fall down on the field and cry like, the world's going to end. That was really, it's soccer being soccer.
Yeah.
But, power to the U.S. team. Power to the U.S. team.
But on that note, something that I actually did want to get into tonight is FIFA and the World Cup. I mean, it's not really my scene, per se. I'm not really a soccer guy, or I could call it football, but I'd be wrong because the FIFA authorities have said, actually, no, the name, it originates from America. It actually is soccer, but we just call it football. So, eat a dick.
Soccer is a French name. That's what they called it.
Yeah,
I will accept no bullshit from the French over that one.
Yeah, that's just the way it is. What are you gonna say?
Exactly.
Sorry, deal with it. It's decided, international consensus or whatever. But with that said, there's a lot of Euros here in the States that have been posting some of the most wholesome content I have ever seen. There's this guy named Freddie.
Wholesome, huh?
And Freddie LA7. And this dude's just some German guy that decided he's going to come to the States and he's going to watch the World Cup.
The ones discovering the United States. They're great videos.
Oh, they are. They're so wholesome. And so this guy came down, about a week early, and he decided, I'm just going to drive around the South with my friends and see what things are like in America before the World Cup gets started. And he's been having the grandest time. Like, the dude has been going, he started, I think, in California, and he finished his trip, I think, yesterday in Louisiana. And he was in, Baton Rouge. Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, that's exactly it. He was in Baton Rouge, last night, and now he's driving back to Texas. They're driving all over the Southwest, and the dude's been having the greatest time. It's like people have been oh, you're from Germany? Well, that's great. Here, let's tell you about this German village in the middle of nowhere in outside of Atlanta. By the way, really cool place. If you ever get a chance to visit, absolutely worth your while. It is literally just an old school German village, and unfortunately, probably has more authentic German vibes today than Germany.
In Germany,
anyway.
yeah.
So, that said, yeah, there's these guys that are just traveling all around, what's his latest one? He went to Cane's Chicken Fingers, and what's his tweet here? Lives were changed. The guy's just having American food and American stuff and just having a grand time, and apparently he's discovered some American country artist that's out of Texas and has just become a huge fan, and he's going to one of her concerts here, next week. Because everything. Guys getting shout-outs on the radio. And it's not a unique story at all. This is just one person. There's another, a Spanish dude that, I can't remember where he went. But, he went to a diner and everyone was like, oh, wow, that's great. It's so cool that you're here. And, it was a Spanish dude. He went to, not a diner, a proper restaurant. He orders a Diet Coke. And he gets it. And he finishes it. And they're like, would you like another?
Yes,
no.
I saw that one. That was
I don't want to spend that much. I was like, oh no, sir, it's free. It's like, what do you mean free?
Free?
Well, of course I'll. Well, yes, I'll have another. It is the person he's eating with. Like, you don't need another. It's like, I'll have 1,000 if they don't stop me. And so he just chugs the second one. He's like, I'd like another, please. It's so great to see these people just having a grand time here in the States.
And the comment I saw on that one was that he was amazed. He found out about two things. One, free refills, but two, free ice.
Yeah. Oh, that also. Yes.
Which, as an American who hasn't traveled into Europe, I've traveled to other places in this hemisphere. I haven't been to Europe yet. That's on my bucket list. I didn't know about the no free ice thing. That's something my little brother, that little fucker, didn't tell me about.
He was trying to catch you off guards.
Probably. Just saying, like, I'm coming for you, man. Ice is not going to exist in your life for a while.
So
anyway, yeah, that's wild to me that he discovered free refills and then free ice. Like, man, you have been living in a savage nation if you have not gotten free refills and free ice.
And the other part of it is the Brits, specifically the British team. Mm-hmm. They got here and they're like, "Oh my God, we didn't realize what you meant when you said hot." And quite literally, they had been training. They had been training in saunas. Well, not training,
right?
But like they had been spending time in saunas in England to prepare
for
American
heat?
Summers. And then they got here and they're like, "Whoa, what
yeah,
in the
this
hell?"
Is why we have air conditioning, dumbasses.
Yeah, it's like, right now. Oh, I see. But yeah, it's been
foolish mortals.
Right.
Welcome to the USA, bitch.
Yeah. So
well, a lot of so you gotta be kind of empathetic a little bit to the Europeans. It's really stupid that they take this pinkies up thing, but when you consider the continent of Europe, it's about the same size as New England, and it's bordered on all sides by water.
Mm-hmm.
For folks who aren't familiar with Europe,
at all times.
So like they and you take a look at like England. England is like center of the Gulf Stream. And so they have a very, very mild climate. It's what's that?
They're sitting about Maine latitude as well.
Yeah. So they should be icy fucking cold all the time, and they're not. They're like a super temperate place with a relatively consistent temperature. They don't get huge fluctuations. Yeah, so like, and when you start talking about Europe. Europe's a pretty cool place. Anybody who has, if you're interested in seeing what it kind of is like, I would recommend watching the Grand Tour. It's a great show, good times. But they'll show that the difference between like the Netherlands and the south of France, and they'll hop in a fucking Bugatti and go bombing from north to south there, and show you that you can be skiing within a couple hours. You can be skiing and in a friggin' temperate tropical paradise. So when Europe gets hit with weather, they're not like the continental United States because while they are a continent, they're not the same size. They're just a tiny fraction of it. You go over to places like Florida, which is sitting in the tropics. It's surrounded on both sides by warm water. Or you go up into the Midwest and you're talking about just cooking on temperatures that they couldn't even comprehend. That stuff blows in occasionally from the Northern Sahara, and they lose their fucking shit. They're like, oh my God. So them sitting there and saying, hey,
here. We're dying,
Americans,
guys.
you fucking pussies. Like, why is it that you need air conditioning? That's not an it's an ignorant take. But it's not an unrealistic take based on the environment that they are constantly in. Because their high is like 80 degrees. And their low is like 45. You know what I mean? Like, they're just not... They don't see that... We have HVAC systems because we go from... we've been in up where I'm at. I'm in fucking northern New York here. It's been 90s for the past week. We hit 90s back in May. This is very early for this year, like extremely early for this year. It was also incredibly cold, down in the negatives for like 2 or 3 weeks at a time. It was one of the coldest winters that I can remember. So we have systems that basically maintain our houses at a very different temperature than what the Europeans have, because the Europeans are in a situation where their climate is just functionally moderated for them, and they don't need air conditioning. They just don't. It's not their thing.
Yeah, they kind of don't. Although that said, with some of the warming trends in the areas, some folks have made the call. especially like in areas around like Spain and Portugal, where it's kind of like Florida. So in places like that, it legitimately makes good sense. But
and like, you know, this is, by the way, those kinds of trends are probably why they talk a whole fucking big game about climate change, because all of a sudden they're largely shifting out of what has traditionally been a very generous climate. Now, there could be a large number of reasons for this. If you start talking about the epicycles and stuff like that happen with our planet and the wobble, and
it's so much simpler than that. They're just really smug, and you see, when you have a perfect storm of smug, you know, if Clooney gives another speech, they are totally fucked. It's gonna wreck the climate over there.
It is like that is. But again, this is also one of the things that we've talked about routinely on this show, which is this is one of the reasons why, regardless of climate change, like I don't think that we're having as large of an impact on the weather as is claimed. Sure, we can be skeptics of climate change. We can talk about the IPCC and how it just recently downgraded and eliminated the worst case scenario. But the reality is,
12 years,
the bigger problem.
12 years.
The bigger problem is not whether or not climate change does or does not exist. It's how do you respond to it. And what they've been arguing is that we can do modulations to the modulations to the statistical trend associated with the weather by decimating our economies. Whereas the American worldview is, and this might be because we're fucking American, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, the weather's going to do what the weather's going to do. Let's make our structure. Let's harden our structures. Let's build better systems.
Well, case in point, that's specifically something I was wanting to touch on regarding the weather. Is the other part of this is that Europeans over here in the States are like, holy shit, the weather. This is crazy.
Yeah. We are larger and less lethal Australia. And,
as far as animals, like as far as fauna, as far as weather systems, our weather is a little crazier than Australia. Let's be real.
Oh, if we take it on, the hurricane thing is kind of fun.
Like, we got hurricanes, we got tornadoes, and
we got it all. Man.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest, I've traveled enough of the country. Every single portion of the country will sit there and talk about how crazy their weather is. In my personal experience, I think the Northeast is the craziest, just because the shifts are minute to minute.
You get the Easters and the lake effect snow up where you are. Like, that's the crazy thing, because New York gets hurricanes too.
It's not even that. Like when I was out in Idaho will you know, they were sitting there talking about how crazy their storms are, how crazy their weather is. All of which is very, very true. When they talk about a yearly variation, they go from they deal with they're a high altitude desert. They go from 100-ish in the summer to -5 in the winter, with snow drifts that essentially form sand dunes. It's wild shit out there for them. When I say the Northeast is the wildest weather, I mean literally minute to minute, it fucking changes.
Well, I'll give you an example of that out the other side of the country real quick, is that in Arizona, so my mother was out there doing work for a while in Tucson, and they have those lake beds, or the river beds that are around, and I can't remember the freaking name for them, but they are like flash flood emptying zones. They're the way out.
Oh, yeah, well, that's different. That's different. Yeah, that's
like minute to minute,
when you start talking about the regional, that's a soil issue, because they basically, like, when you start talking about Arizona, it's essentially baked clay, right? It's that you look out at the desert, and we like to think of a desert as sand, but it's not. It's like a giant fucking piece of pottery. Sure, the piece of pottery will get wet, but it'll hold more water than it loses over a period of time. So when they do get a rainstorm, particularly something that comes up, either bunched up from the Gulf Coast, where you get this huge, warm, moist air current that piles up, it just like you get this huge dump of air into this region that's all baked clay, that's all pottery, and what do you know? It floods because it's not being absorbed by the soil. Like, the effects of the weather are crazy in some regions of this country, and that's just stuff the Europeans don't have to deal with.
Nope.
Absolutely true.
They get a mild 80-degree summer, and they go, "Oh God, the heat."
Yeah.
How you Americans with your air conditioning? You don't have to sit outside in it. It's like, motherfucker, we go outside. You know that, right?
Yep.
Oh, that was the other one. Like, in America, there's never seen a forest like this.
Sure. Go to see sequoias.
Like, dude, your forests. You go into one of your forests, and you go 10 miles in any given direction, you're going to find civilization. You go into one of our national forests, and you're going to go 100 miles before you find another sign of a person.
Actually, you just don't want to have any signs of people at that point, because they're the wrong people. You got mountain people in our forests.
Also, yes, and there are people that say that the hills, they are well-sighted, as it were, have eyes.
You don't want to hear a little girl saying, "Please help me in the forest here."
No, you don't, and you especially don't want to hear a voice you recognize calling your name.
Yeah.
And if you do, don't go towards it. This is your only warning, because you won't get one when it happens. If Euros that are here over in the States enjoying the festivities, avoid any and all Jersey Devils, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so that's how we started ourselves out. So yeah, actually some genuinely good news to start the week. Surprisingly enough, some other good news actually to start off our week here.
Actually, it's been a lot of good news lately.
No.
A lot of good news. Outside of
it's been
our
quite
president getting mired in another sand war.
Well, no more mired than he was the week before, but yes.
Yeah, but he got mired in the sand war.
Well,
I can sit there and say, hey, he fucked up the Epstein files.
Remember, Steve,
but,
he won.
We all know not to fight the sand monkeys. Yeah. You just don't fight the sand monkeys. You let the sand monkeys be sand monkeys, and you be like, all right, sand monkeys, stay down.
Yeah.
You can sand chimp out all you want.
He's actually
we don't fucking care.
He's kind of doing that, again.
Now that said, we aren't looking
about Karg Island.
We aren't looking at a Iraq situation here. We really aren't. But
you are correct about Karg Island. But
there is a lot of activity going on that a number of folks are not super happy about, myself included. But it is what it is.
When the carrier group withdraws, I will give a shit.
Fair. That said, according to data coming out of Iran, actually, believe it or not, and White House correspondence as well, there are tentative terms for an agreement. Trump, being Trump, obviously wanted the agreement to be finalized tomorrow because, of course, you've got to do it for the birthday. And Iran's like, no, we're not. Come on, dude. Seriously, no. Which, okay, fair, Iran. I'll give you that. They're gonna.
Specifically to Steve's point here, the terms of agreement that are looking promising have yet to be agreed to. So they're functionally pointless until they're agreed to.
Yep.
That's true.
And like what I think is a much bigger story is that we don't know what the actual terms of the agreement are.
No,
nobody knows.
That too.
Well, not nobody.
Nobody fucking knows.
Nobody that can do any reporting.
The left has decided that they've imagined what the terms of the agreement that hasn't been announced by any.
Donald Trump will be directly filleting the fucking Ayatollah, I'm sure.
Yeah, like the Krasensteins, man. Oh my God, those guys. Like,
I just ignore them. What are they saying?
They listed out the terms of an agreement that it hasn't been published in any way officially. They're like, we have a source that says it's going to be, we give $300 billion to Iran, and you're like, I know that Iran published its terms a long time ago, and like they wanted $300 billion at the time, but that doesn't mean that's what we agreed to. Like,
Pretty sure
I also remember at the same time the U.S. was like, Nigga, what? No.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
like
you
so
know.
so like I just I don't know, man. I don't know. The Krasensteins, I like to keep the Krasensteins there because so truth is a vector, right? It's got magnitude and direction. And the Krasensteins are safe edgy. They they
another
basically
thing too that you can kind
they
of look
usually
into.
subtract enough context, and then it like the story isn't what they say it's going to be. They do this quick hit, so it's safe edgy. They're technically correct. They just eliminate any other context around the decision.
Well, much
But I like
like
to
that.
I like
Actually,
to see them because they provide a very good perspective on what the left is, how the left is going to react.
No, that's really fair.
They-
Actually, it ties
they
into a
do
point
that.
I'd like to make regarding that specifically, and a franchise that has been murdered by its owner studio, that being Star Wars, and the prequel, which was okay. I mean, not as good as the originals, and way better than the follow-ups. But you know, the scene where you've got young Anakin that's looking for this missing planet, or no, it's not Anakin. It's fucking Kenobi that's looking for the missing planet. It's like, look not for where the planet is, look for where the thing is missing. And it's very much the same thing. It's like you
that
can
was
see.
Actually, that wasn't Star Wars.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think.
No, there's Star Wars, the one where they're missing.
Yeah, they were looking for the planet of the clones, and they couldn't find it because it had been deleted from the database.
Oh, really?
Deleting libraries
Because
that
like
doesn't
the
exist.
Halo series did the exact same thing.
I mean, well, surprise.
Well, it is a trope, so you know it's gonna get used.
And I think Stargate did the same thing in one of their episodes too.
Exactly.
Stargate has had missing planets.
Well, no. This is entirely a trope that's been played out, whether it be a missing planet, a missing
Yeah.
island, a missing city, a missing abode,
It's
what
missing
have
from the
you.
map, or
Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic tale, and
Farscape's done it too.
it crops up again, as all of these good old stories do. They're worth telling again.
It's funny
in
that
a
I
new
haven't
way.
actually thought about this until you connected.
Yeah, but there's no good
Farscape-
story in Star Wars.
Today. True.
As Farscape,
No.
Star Wars,
There's never been a good story in Star Wars.
Not true.
Star
There's a
Wars
hero's journey.
fans. Nope.
No,
Space
there quite
wizards
literally
are
was.
not a thing.
They may or may not be, but the hero's journey is a
That's the
classic
basis
tale.
of Warhammer. God damn it! You know,
No. Warhammer is different. Warhammer is
Space wizards, come on.
no.
Bold claims all around.
I'm not saying it's bad. I love Warhammer 40K. I love Warhammer.
speaking of bold-
I'm not saying that you're wrong there. I'm just saying that like Warhammer is different. It's not a question of like Warhammer is a case of technology, like the societal collapse, and it's not space wizards. All
They
of
have
their stuff
spikers.
Actually, it is. The Space Wolves
They're
are literally
demons.
space wizards. As a matter of fact,
The
they're
what?
the Space Wolves, one of the Space Marine chapters, are literally
Yeah,
space
come on.
wolves or space wizards. They use rune magic.
Are you talking about? Are they psychers?
Well, that depends
They
on what
use
edition
psychers?
you're using. If you're using the most current stuff, yes, but for a long time they actually didn't use psychic powers because they
They used
didn't
rune
believe
magic.
in them. They used rune magic.
Because they eschewed the Psychers as unholy.
Yeah, even though they, whatever. But yeah,
They were happy to
40K
work
is
with
a
them,
fun thing.
just like the Blood Ravens. But they didn't like them, so they kept them out of their chapter.
Yeah. Just one of those things, you know. Just like Magnus did nothing wrong.
I
and-
can only know this shit because I'm a Space Wolves fan. But that's my problem.
well, some people drink a
Or
lot.
abandoned.
All right. I will. I'm not a Warhammer. I'm not 100% a Warhammer guy, but I disagree. The difference between the Star Wars Space Wizards and the Warhammer
Oh, no,
Space Wizards.
that's
Okay,
a
I
fair
disagree
statement.
on that one.
That is an entirely fair statement.
that Warhammer
Like,
is
the Force and the
technology
warp,
that people
definitely
don't
very
understand.
different. I will
Well, yes, there's the
100%
Mars
give you that.
Technomagos. You're correct. That is, the whole sufficiently advanced technology thing.
And that being said, you would be looking at that dragon and be like, "Oh shit, that dragon cool as fuck." That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, so I've actually got some other good news. As a matter of fact, we've got some children that were discovered. They had gone missing. They had
the court?
gone missing in.
The Biden children. Okay.
No, not at all. Actually, I'm talking about New York children. And yeah. What had happened is now, thankfully, they were found. I'll leave any considerations up to the listener to determine that. But 71 Orthodox Jewish children were found in the underground tunnels in New York City. Basically, they had gone on a school trip and just went exploring like kids do.
Under the city.
It
I
ended
have
up
some fucking questions.
Well, it ended up there. It didn't start there. Just to be completely fair,
I still have some questions.
I don't have the actual thing that was going on.
Are we 100% Jews aren't related to the mole people?
No, we're not.
No, we're more related to monkeys.
Still, that changes nothing. But that's...
Oh, and did you guys see the what was it? The picture that was going around? I think it was like supposed to be the Agarthans or whatever. Was
Yes.
Trump was meeting with?
Yes, I had to tell somebody that no, those are not wraiths. Those are not wraiths. They are tall whites. They have come from Agartha.
They're royal guards for one of the Netherlands countries. What was it? I don't know which one. I think it was Swedish or Norwegian or whatever.
Hold on, that's real?
But those are royal guards. The best is all the fucking memes that came out of that. So goddamn great.
No shit. That is actually a real picture. Because that's really funny.
Is it a real picture?
Because I mean, those dudes are tall as shit, man. Like no lie.
It's a real picture. The pale guys, they're just from the Northern Europe.
Oh, okay. So the very far northern Europe through the hole that's when you go far enough north. Got it. Understood. The Agarthan region of Europe.
Of Narnia, yes.
Yes. They come from where the old Europeans, went to. Got it. Understood.
Yes, they're from the time where oaths mattered.
Absolutely. So again, not wraiths. Calm yourselves.
Yeah,
you're safe.
They're not.
You can't shake their hand. It's okay. But anyway, back to the story here. So I don't unfortunately have how they got into this. They were on a school trip, and they just went exploring. And when they went exploring, they ended up in the sewers. And then because the sewers have been expanded,
there's a mother out there right now who is swearing up and down about the Supreme Court hearing about this shit if they don't get their acting gear. And, never do that with their children again.
I would be unsurprised.
Some Jewish mother is going wholesale yenta on these motherfuckers right now.
Oy vey, how are you going to do this with my child? My baby, what are you doing? Absolutely.
That's actually a decent Jewish accent, my friend.
I try. Like, I'm not the worst at
now,
accents in the
granted,
world.
that's like a Brooklyn Jew.
Well, I'm also
He's
kind
not
of
that good.
stereotypical,
He's close,
so
though.
fair.
He tries.
Yeah, the Florida Jews, those motherfuckers, you need to sit there and pretend that they don't have as much teeth
I'm
as
not
the rest of the
sunburnt
population.
enough to do Florida Jew, so I'm sorry. I'm way too pale to do Florida Jew. I know. Sorry, I don't get enough skin. Sun! Fuck! I can't say words tonight. Jesus.
I was gonna say skin, sir.
No,
you're literally from the tribe that harvests it.
Well, of my own. And actually, I do have plenty enough. I need to actually get rid of some of it. But that's a whole nother thing. Anyway.
Well, that is too much information time.
Nah, I just gotta lose weight. Nothing crazy. Nothing. Nothing rage piggy-in, shall we say? Anyway, speaking of Indians, let's move over to Florida. Oh, not Florida. Jesus, over to Texas, where they had a convention just recently.
Oh, right.
They did. And the Indians, being Indians, they were like, "Hey, let's make sure this is extra representative because we are extra represented in Texas." And as they are, built that giant fucking monkey man statue or whatever.
Yes, Hanuman.
Mm-hmm. Hanuman. Anyway, they brought one of their very favorite idols. In this case, not specifically Shiva, but does bear a face similar to Shiva. In this case, they had an elephant, an actual elephant, at the GOP convention because they thought that would be a good thing and that would appease their
that's funny.
Indian demographics.
That's just funny.
Well, it is actually.
That is one of those cosmic intersections that just really, really warms the cockles of your heart to see two peoples so disparate in other measures, united and joined at the hip, you might say, over a different one.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. It's well, I guess the best thing is it was a real pisser. It's a real pisser of an event. So anyway, the elephant, being an elephant, had to go right there in the middle of the Abbott get together.
Did let Abbott know exactly what it thought of his speech? Is that what happened?
Well, as said, it was a real pisser. So I'll throw in a link to Benny Johnson's thing here, and then you can just look at just about every single reply, and they'll there's even video. There's even video in case somehow you missed it.
It's just a significant amount of an elephant pissing.
All said, it's not all that significant amount for an elephant. Only about 2 to 3 gallons.
That's it.
As I said, for an elephant, not all that much.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, they're not camels, but they do drink water. They need water.
Oh, they do, and they are like 4 tons.
We were just talking about how the Europores were surprised by our heat. This is the place where they should be feeding the elephant water.
Yeah, you'd think that it would be clear and apparent, but no, it is not. You know what else? Would
it was violent yellow, wasn't it?
I could go back and look, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
Good choice.
I'm not going to. But feel free to follow the links listed below, and you can find out just how healthy its appearance was.
Just how thirsty it was.
Oh, but speaking of health and things, we should probably talk about Anthropic and
health and wealth. All right.
Yes, indeed.
So, and how talking your shit up can backfire.
It can actually. If you tell people that you are building the most dangerous weapon,
pride is a sin.
Yeah. Don't go out, talking really, really big about your product.
Top tier shit talking they were doing.
Unless you're like 100% on.
I score bad.
Because unless you're 100%, well, there's every possibility that somebody's just going to take you at your word. They're just going to say, "Oh, well, okay, all right, cool. Thanks for letting us know." In this case, with Anthropic, that would be the government saying that, and that would be saying, "Oh, this is a great mythos model, fable, you call it, huh?" So you say it's not really safe to be out there. Okay, well,
I hope that they do this with other AI models to really inform them how well they're doing. This should be a selling point now.
Yeah, so you say it's not safe. Okay, well that's your call. And so that being said, it has since had a complete national security shutdown. Basically, my
favorite part of that shutdown, sir, may I inform you, is exactly how weak it was. You know how long it took for that to not be effective?
Go on.
It's very short. The same day turnaround on someone jailbreaking it.
So let's try to figure out why they were sitting there and doing that rather than speculate or just report on the news. I have a sneaking suspicion. So these things are just LLMs. Fundamentally, are just taking a look at the bulk of the information that's out there and then synthesizing an argument about it. And I have a sneaking suspicion that this version of the LLM did the same thing, or basically essentially came to the same conclusion that I have voiced multiple times, that the bulk majority of classified information, or like really classified information, is technical specs, right? But the military is a little bit loose with what we can do in most cases. They don't tell you the specifics. You're not going to get a number out of them.
Yeah,
but they'll tell you a generality. But if you turn around and say, hey, and you pointed an AI at all of the statements made by the military on a specific technology as to what they can or can't do, and you make the assumption that the government is attempting to tell the truth or is required to tell the truth out in public rather than boast or do some of these other things that, third worlders do, you can probably have an AI that can reasonably synthesize the abilities of the U.S. military and or sit there and take those synthesized theoretical abilities from what has been stated in press statements and backdate or backtrace it to the actual technology and tell you how to implement such a thing.
Well, so I appreciate where you're coming from on that, but the major issue they've had with Mythos, that was their big boast, was that so all these CVEs that have been happening, which at like kind of a ridiculous rate, mind you, this past year. It's kind of wild how quickly cybersecurity is kind of getting kicked in the face. So this Mythos AI it theoretically is able to, you could 0-day harden systems is the idea.
No, I get that. I know that was what they were doing. Like the Mythos was specifically
right.
that kind of stuff. But sitting there and saying, "Hey, we found 0-day exploits," is not enough for me to say, "Hey, this is what the government's going to sit there and classify."
Well,
right?
it's the issue. The reason that this is a big issue is that it is hitting it's supply chain disruption like constantly right now, with stuff that is in theory less capable than Mythos. Like just every fucking day there are multiple supply chain scale CVE disruptions that are hitting critical infrastructure, and so that's a large financial and national security issue, so economic and security issues are directly implicated. And if Mythos is able to do that faster and better than before, and it's going to be made available to everyone, or hostile nations via business-to-business sales, that's a problem that we have to address.
I guess that's true.
And I'm not taking away from your point, because I think that was an interesting take on it. That was not the route that I would have taken.
I just 9 times out of 10, whenever they sit there and they decide, whenever the military decides to intervene, or whenever they're going to claim national security on something, I never think it's the actual reason that they're stating,
sure.
right?
But like I said, a lot of the implications I just mentioned were kind of hidden in the statements that were made. You just have to be aware of what's going on in the background.
Pretty well reported. Like that's pretty well reported. That's the reason is that they had this thing. It was really good for cybersecurity.
But the context around it was the issue.
Yeah,
these attacks are already happening, and they're not being published.
And that is true, right? Like we do get these every once in a while, and it's clearly like a Russian thing or a Chinese thing or a North Korea thing, where they shut down some aspect. But typically this has been systems that have been really, really old, or running on like Cobalt or some of these older...
This is with new stuff.
Yes. So like, maybe that's the case. Maybe they're being really honest again, and I'm just being, surreptitious, I guess, is...
And I'll let you go on uninterrupted here.
Really? Wow.
I'm going to say goodnight to my girlfriend. You're not her.
I gotta make the math. So how long are you going to be gone for, Craig? How long are you going to be gone for?
I'm going to give you like a minute and a half to jack off. How about that?
Wow, that explains why you're still
generous.
Incredibly gregarious.
Yeah. It really is. It really is. So in the minute and a half, how many times can I call him a fag?
Right,
that's really the question.
But while you're doing that,
you
should probably aim a few at Dario, because he's kind of half the reason why Anthropic is getting fucked in the ass. Because he's like, hey, we make a really dangerous product over here.
No, I mean, like, I don't know, right? So I've got, I think a few weeks ago, I told you guys that I switched over from being an extreme AI skeptic to believer. and I've actually like waffled. I don't want to say I've waffled back from that. Grok is amazing. I love Grok. I do
Grok
pay
has
for
the-
Twitter, so I get
Like, all bullshit aside,
get-
Grok is the most effective and accurate communicator of the LLMs. In my opinion.
that's been my experience. I'm not saying like my experience with free Claude is not great, right? It's better. Like Claude is way better than Gemini. Claude is way better than most of the other the stuff that I use at work. The AIs I have
definitely.
access to at work, they suck
Believe
because they don't let us have access to the actual internet for our AIs. They're
So
all
whatever
variants
you've
of
got's neutered.
GPT, and yeah, it's super neutered. It sucks. It can't do half the stuff I do with Grok on my own personal time with the stuff at work, which makes, every time I've tried to use it outside of Grok has, like it, and I only use Grok for my own personal stuff. I'm not going to sit there and feed it work stuff because I'm pretty awesome and I don't need to feed it stuff from my work. But Grok does a great job of simultaneously pulling in actual live data or relatively live data from the internet. It does make mistakes. It makes a ton of fucking mistakes.
It does.
It is amazing. The more and more I use it, the more and more I see errors in its logic and thought process and training data and what it can do. But unlike Claude, it actually pulls relevant internet data from like real time, right? So when I'm doing trading stuff, it'll pull relative market data there. It'll give me a suggestion, like 10 suggestions of things to go look at. Yeah, you absolutely need to supervise these AIs, 100%. And of the 10 suggestions, 6 of them will be good. 60% accuracy rate on filtering in something that's, a prompt or two. I simultaneously for my trading account, I still take all the data and all of the acquisitions that I did previously.
Well, the
that
long and
same
short
process.
of it, from that trading standpoint, is if you wanted that good of data, you're going 6 pages deep in Google, at least.
Well, and that's the point, right? Like, so I have a journal. I pull a whole bunch of stuff from it. The AI has helped me refine that a little bit more. And if I pull up FinViz, for those who are familiar with financial stuff, FinViz is a really great website for free data and free visualization of the data. However, if I'm sitting there with what I developed originally, I was sitting there and going through 15 to 25 different tickers every week of like, is this something that I want to look at, or is this something that I don't? I'd narrow it down to, probably about 10 of them that were really worth looking at, and then I'd purchase maybe 3. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time to sort through those things. AI gives me a list of 10 that's pretty close to what I would pick anyways. There might be, I accept that there's going to be losses, things that I would pick that aren't going to be present there, that may or may not have won. But it also picks a lot of really good quality stuff and filters that all for me really, really fast. It's absolutely a multiplier on my innate intelligence.
Well, yeah, like case in point in that, it's like you can use, at least, again, I'm personally very familiar with Grok. And
By the way,
others.
sorry, I have to interrupt you, Evan. Craig is a faggot to all of our listeners. Craig is a faggot. This is a very, very important point. I had to cut Evan off before Craig gets back. Everybody has to know he's a faggot. Everybody has to think he's a faggot because that is the reality of Craig. Go ahead, Evan.
Oh God, I just got back. What was that again?
Well, my point's lost.
Nothing, Craig.
But anyway,
We were
I
just
was-
talking
I-
about
I
was that
the
remember-
great.
I remember I was
Was
gonna.
that just you finishing?
I remember I was going to talk about some good story about some kids being found. Oh,
Craig,
right, yeah. I
I
was gonna
am
do
a
that.
professional in my personal activities with women folk. I never finish first.
Professional aggrievement, absolutely. So anyway, these kids, they were on a.
Oh yeah, we were talking about children in the sewers or something.
We were.
Right?
Yeah, the sewers of New York, of all
I thought we
things.
were talking about Agartha. Damn it.
Only for a moment. I mean, there's not much there. I mean, they came and
I don't
I
know a whole
know.
lot about
you
children
know,
in
they
sewers
gave him
either.
all the technology of the
Still.
world, and you know, he was like, "That's a cool code," and there we go.
So honestly, I want to get you guys' take on something, right? What do you think is the probability that during the Trump term we're going to see something significant about aliens?
More than
let's see,
is
so,
already out.
If you got time,
I mean,
I've got a bridge that I will sell you.
There's kind of a lot out now, you know, that has kind of come out in his first and his second officially.
He's
I
talking about-
agree.
talking
I
about-
agree. But like,
Evan,
there was a
Evan,
whole
he's talking-
entire aspect of people who thought that Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day
Oh my
was
fucking
leading up
holy
to.
Christ! That
I haven't watched it.
I haven't seen it, but I have had it spoiled for me, and I'm glad that someone did because I'm not going to. It's trash. It's fucking trash. Don't waste
That's
your
what I've heard.
Don't waste your fucking time.
That's what I've heard. I have
You
not
are not.
seen the.
You are not going to
the-
walk away from Disclosure today and be like, "Well, I don't believe in Jesus no more. Everything, my world has been destroyed." No, you're going to walk away from that like, "Holy fuck, is this guy that fucking pretentious? Really?"
Well,
That's what you're going to walk away thinking.
I'm just saying. There's a lot of people who thought that was because there's been a lot of alien news or UAP news, and then you get the photo of the Agarthans, right? And you know, I know that we're supposed to. We've kind of morphed from what our original intent was, which was more of like a science education type podcast to more of a news based
We are no
podcast.
longer on rails at all. We fly these days.
Yeah, we do. But like one of the things that I'd love to dig into is when we start talking about the emergence of intelligent extraterrestrial life. And fuck the Drake equation. A lot of people get tied up in it. It's really retarded. Really, the question comes down to what does the universe look like, right? There are so many star systems. There's so many planets. There's going to be life. There's going to be intelligent life. The question really comes down to the organization on a galactic scale, and that really comes down to it's not the Drake equation with all its complexity. It comes down to one. Is FTL possible? Right? I know the Agarthans are inner Earth, not outer Earth.
Big maybe. It's a big
Right?
maybe, but sure.
That's a big maybe. But it comes down like one of your axis of your risk square, if you will, is one is FTL possible, and number two is are civilizations abundant? Because if it's abundant and FTL is possible, not only have we likely seen alien contact, but we're basically, when we finally become aware of it, we're going to realize that we're going to be some subsector nation within an already existing galactic confederate of some sort.
Look, as long
And
as
we're
we can,
probably going to get drafted for fucking war.
as long
That's
as we
the reality of the
look, as long as
situation.
we can beat Japan and not Somalia in this equation, I'm okay.
Yeah, but we're going to be fucking
So
Somalia.
I don't see that. Well, that's the thing is I don't see it being we're going to get drafted for war. See, there's two key scenarios on First Contact, and both of which mean we're fucked. If they show up and they immediately start killing us, that means they want this place for resources. They're not going to leave anyone left alive. And
Now,
that's
we
actually the
all
good
know
scenario.
what's actually going to happen. Is they're going to come here and they're going to be like, look, we've been studying your movies and your books and your musics and your everything, and we understand that we're not strong enough. We need you to come out here and save us from a big bad X.
Yes, we need big American
because
genius to
humanity,
come fuck
fuck
the
yeah.
We
aliens.
watched Independence Day and we were convinced.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. They saw that and they were full of fear.
So-
they were like,
so here's the other
humans
scenario.
will save us from the evils of the universe, the warp, whatever. And that's
So the
that's
other
just the way it is.
scenario-
Just
The other scenario, which is the one where we're completely fucked, is if they show up and they say we come in peace. Because that means that not only are they going to harvest the rest of our planet for resources, they're here for us too.
Well, no,
And
I
that's not
disagree with
good.
that. I don't think
And
that's
I
a
don't mean like
limitation of the scenarios.
well, no, this is the inevitable conclusion you get to with the Dark Forest paradox as well. And it's the point where if they come here and they come in guns blazing, that means they're not that much farther advanced than us. And there's a chance that we can win.
Hell yeah, that means we're going to get even better guns.
If they say here they say we come in peace, that means that we are at best a resource to them, and at worst we're just a anthill stepped on.
No, I actually disagree with that.
No, there's a
I
third
disagree with that.
I agree. I disagree as well, and I'd like to actually spell that out. And the third option being that, oh shit, we need to be concerned about these things. They may not be interstellar, but we should probably approach in a friendly manner.
I would disagree with both of you. I think that.
Well, that's because you're.
And so this goes back to my original point. One of the things that's fascinating is you get a lot of people out there who aren't scientists, who aren't engineers, who sit there and think that life is going to be this panoply of various things that we find in outer space.
Oh,
Stellaris is a good example of all of the different types of life forms that can exist. In reality, human beings are probably what we're going to essentially find out in space. There might be minor differences, but you're going to find
they might be short and gray, you know.
You're going to find variations on a bipedal mammalian architecture.
Or you won't. We might just find some fucking octopoid things out there too.
No, we won't. We won't.
I mean, there's
that
also
won't
a
happen.
possibility. So here's the other thing: is and this feeds directly into, the probabilities of finding life and so on. We might be, and it's not a likely scenario, but it depends on what kind of life we find first as to what's most likely. Which is just a stupid way of saying statisticians are going to have their cake and eat it too. We might be first. Someone has to be, and if we're first and we find bacteria first, that points pretty strongly towards us being relatively far ahead of the curve for whatever reason. The Great Filter Step might be behind us. That
is a possibility.
That's actually pretty scary because that means we might fuck ourselves up hard relatively quickly.
Well, yeah. I think what's going to end up happening, right, is you're going to have this. On one side, you're going to have the Christians were right. Right? We are significant in the universe.
Oh, you mean when the aliens are like, my brother in Christ, it is finally time to meet you.
If we don't find significant alien life as we evolve and get out there, the Christians have a real thing going on, right? Statistically speaking. Speaking.
There might be the iron sulfide, the Mars sample that was returned, or that was analyzed rather, and they found, that the kind of, and there are natural processes that will cause it besides life as we know it. But there's those little rings where it shows the conversion of the sulfide in the Mars rock, and that is theoretically potentially indicative of life as we know it around our ocean vents.
Oh, well, Craig, how do you think we got
deriving energy from the rock? We just don't have any. So the difficulty there is we don't have sufficient tools on the rover to be able to do proper microscopy and see if there's actually life in the rock. All we get to see is the wonderful, colorful rings, and that's unfortunate. But that's one of those reasons to go to Mars right now. Is there is a very real possibility that we have evidence of life that existed however long ago on that planet.
There is.
Which would be really cool.
Admittedly, if you pause for a minute and you start talking about our solar system, we have 3 real planets that could have actually had life. Now, getting back to my original point, life, fundamentally intelligent life, is going to look a lot like us. It's going to be a bipedal humanoid.
Intelligence.
Sure, maybe not.
I think we're on what we could probably call a coincident evolutionary track. You know, where things evolve multiple times in our phylogenetic history on this planet. I could easily see that there's a convergence and evolution towards what an intelligence, generally speaking, is going to look like from organics like us.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly. If it's carbon-based life, it's probably going to end up evolving certain structures that are conducive to certain behaviors that generates the kind of intelligent civilization we have.
But ignore for a minute if it's carbon-based life. See, I even reject that premise.
Well, I think
because
that the idea
it's all
of
going to be carbon-based life, right? Because you get if you turn around, right, and you say, "Hey,
very similarly
let's sit there and try to do non-carbon based life." Well, you really need
it's really hard to do.
You really need the 4 bonding points that are created by carbon.
So
the next element down the list is silicon, but silicon has a lower bonding energy and higher mass, which means that it's in order for silicon to maintain the actual machinery that keeps life alive, which is incredibly complex. It's going to need some level of. It's going to need higher temperatures, but at higher temperatures you have an electronegativity problem, which means that the fundamental bonds that are formed in those proteins are going to be poorer, and so therefore you fundamentally end up in this problem where you need higher temperatures to sustain these higher density materials that are equivalent to our carbon structures, and you can't do that because that means that those bonds won't hold as reliably.
Yes, and like the point here when I say life as we know it and carbon-based is, so we have carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, oxygen. Those are the basics that we use, but we've proven already on this planet with our phylogenetic tree that you can have life that survives on arsenic and phosphorus at the same time. That's in the lake over at wherever fucking polluted lake it is over in California.
And like I was saying, silicon
we have
bonds in a similar fashion to carbon. There is nothing stopping life from starting there.
So Evan,
but here's the problem, Evan. Right?
You can't have silicon-based life if you have water.
If you go to a silicon-based life form, which could exist, yes, I agree with you. Silicon has a higher density associated with the materials that it would form. It would form similar structures. You're 100% correct in that. However, that means it's got a higher density. A higher density means that fundamentally those similar structures are going to require higher amounts of energy to make them fluid.
Okay, so like
higher
a more
amounts of energy
planet.
To make them the more energetic they are means that fundamentally you coalesce around a problem wherein the actual molecules themselves are less stable at the temperatures that are required to make them real. And so you get into this kind of do loop where the things that what we find for carbon-based life are kind of high temperature limits. You're going to need to operate at higher temperatures, and you're going to run into the same limits. And when you start talking about complex life, it ends up very reductive. That you basically need what we already see on Earth today.
Yeah, no, to be fair,
in order to
silicon-based life doesn't look like it would probably be at the stage
There's a very simple issue
such a
of
thing existed.
chemical instability that comes with silicon. And like again, the idea isn't that you necessarily replace all of the carbon, but you could have alternates like polysiloxanes. Those exist. Polymethylsiloxanes, those exist. Can those become something that is useful as a backbone polymer on something like, say, DNA? Maybe, but it would be very difficult to do so. My point with the arsenic phosphorus thing is that, yes, even within our own phylogenetic tree, there's alternatives that are possible, but not necessary and are difficult to replicate. It's the environment that produced it. My point thereon was that if we have silicon-based, you can't have water.
Just because something exists... Just because something exists doesn't mean that it expands to the point of complex life.
Well, right.
And doesn't mean that it expands to the point of not only complex life, but then it has to get to intelligent life. And so
again, the point there was it was arsenic based in part, but in a big ass petri dish that was polluted. Like, that's not intelligent life, which is to your point. And it's certainly not a replacement, which was towards my point. But the end result here, again, is that the structures that are more important that I was talking about aren't like specific physiological structures like our brains have, that kind of specialization is going to be extant no matter what kind of intelligence you have. I was talking more towards social structuring in a hierarchical nature, buildings, means of transportation that are enclosed, all of that, radio signals, etc. These are all basic physical fundamentals that you're going to expect to see in something of an intelligent civilization, unless you have one of those.
So I agree with you. I agree with you for the most part, but I think we're pretty close to the end of radio as a means of communication.
Well, sure, we'll probably go to laser.
We're probably so all of a sudden, when you take a look, the best example that we have of intelligent life potentially existing within the rest of the universe is the WoW signal. 100%, it's the WoW signal.
Right.
And that's the best.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's the best existence, the best evidence that there is intelligent life outside of the universe. Because for those who don't know what the WoW signal is, somebody wrote WoW on a signal.
It was a big spike.
But it's this huge spike in energy compared to the cosmic background. And it did what we were expecting, right? It not only sat there and spiked in energy level, but it spiked in energy level at repetitiveness. And what's more impressive about the WoW signal is when they actually sat there and aimed telescopes at that location, it's like nothingness. It wasn't a pulsar, it wasn't a gamma ray burst. Right, it wasn't anything that we know of already. It's simultaneously not anything that could generate that signal. And, by the way, it's the kind of signal that we would expect to detect for life interstellarly. Now, what's interesting about that is that, and this is one of the problems you run into with the intelligent life Drake equation, blah, blah, Fermi paradox bullshit, is we're pretty much on the cusp at which radio signals are useless. We've largely switched off of them. Because
we have the big broadband internet we deal with now on fiber. That's the lasers, by the way.
Right, and we just don't need as much power to broadcast the signal. So why is it that we're not hearing everybody else? Well, one, you really get something like 24 light years, and at 24 light years, the strength of the signal that is emitted for the purposes of that signal to be emitted essentially dissipates to nothingness in background, right? Like picking it up from background.
Ratio is crap at that point.
Is crap. So somewhere around 24 light years, that's about what we can hear. Everybody says, like, oh my God, we've been broadcasting for 60 years. Yeah. We can go out to 60 light years. No, 24 light years out, like, unless somebody was specifically looking for the fucking signal, they're not going to find it. And even then, it's going to be like, I think it's fucking noisy. So we have a relatively small neighborhood.
Keep in mind, the Milky Way, 100,000 light years or so across, right?
Yeah. So it's really small. Really small. But then on top of that, it appears that not only is it a question of, like, and this was one of the things with the Drake equation, which is bullshit. The Drake equation is like, how long do these civilizations last? And this was a what people thought was a meaningful question. The reality is that when it comes to detecting other civilizations, the Drake equation boils down to how long is a civilization broadcasting using technology that would be picked up by another civilization that would be broadcasting at the same time using the technology to pick it up. Because right now we've switched to lower power technologies because, one, it doesn't require as much energy, and two, tighter beams, which means that unless you're listening to the right frequency at the right time, and directional focused beams, mind you. So we're not broadcasting like, if you talk about the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, we were by and large broadcasting the signals that we produced everywhere. We were fucking noisy as shit for like 40 years. But relatively speaking, our planet is quiet compared to what it used to be in terms of overall signal. And even then, the actual range of those signals that they could be picked up is about 24 light years, before the point that it's indistinguishable from the radiological background that exists in space and the noise from all the other planets. So we're not likely to actually see that stuff, which is crazy. Because now all of a sudden, instead of it being, hey, this is like, why is it the space is so quiet? Well, space is so quiet because you can only see things within 24 light years, and that's like what, 16, 20 star systems, something like that.
Let's see.
I think that's
Close
what it
enough.
is. And oh yeah, by the way, the range at which that technology is applicable before it's replaced by something superior using human definitional timelines is like 40 years.
I mean, the closest one that has any bearing on it is like 4.5 light years away. So.
Oh, is it 4.5?
Yeah, no, Centauri. Yeah.
I thought Centauri was 7.5.
I think that's how long you have to wait. Maybe it's closer.
Mm.
I thought it was like 4.5. But anyway, the nearest star system that we give a shit about is like. I say that we give a shit about. That's like the nearest one. It's like 4.5 away. Like that's already 9 years round trip on a signal that you might be producing. In general, that means they've had, up until say 2020-ish, of stuff from us passing over. It's not likely that there's going to be intelligent life there. We haven't. So I would say that the thing that you would look for intelligent life going through like a radio phase like we had. Is you might see a slight, an aberrant increase in noise from a place if it's close enough for a small period of time before it goes quiet again. And that could also be, and the thing is, it would look like noise in general within certain bands, and then it might get a little bit spikier as things become frequency dependent, and then it would go away. And that would look interesting, but it would look kind of weird. And it might be just like, okay, well, that sun's having some weird behavior for a while. It'd be difficult to pinpoint on like radio frequency bands, less than less than visible light wavelength. Sorry, frequency. Those longer wavelengths, it'd be difficult to pinpoint that to our planet versus our sun.
Yep.
So it would look like aberrant radiation coming from the sun in the radio frequency space or infrared, that kind of range.
Right. And so like I guess what this really boils down to is that detecting a space civilization is going to be relatively difficult. So going back to what Craig's original point was when they reveal themselves, why are they fucking revealing themselves? It becomes a real serious question. and ultimately the counterpoint to Craig's argument of some of Craig's argument, right? Because you presented a couple different things. Like, we're cooked because, one, if they're presenting themselves, they're either a near peer, in which case, why wouldn't they just fucking eradicate us? Right. And number two, they're so far advanced that it doesn't fucking matter. We're basically going to be slaves. Like, that's the way it's going to be.
That's the best part, is that they might want to say.
Now, the reality, and this is what I'd counter to Craig's argument in this entire thing, which I don't think is a bad argument by any means, Craig. I think it's a real argument.
Sure.
The problem with this is that I think what ends up happening is you get social evolution that is faster than evolution, if you will. Social evolution on species that are intelligent. And so when a species decides to make contact with another species, it will occur for actual relational things. Now, that being said, I could absolutely believe that a species exists that is in contact with our government.
I have a question.
Solely on the premise that, like, you're not ready for us to be here. Because realistically, if they have FTL, it doesn't fucking matter how many resources are on this planet, because every other planet or every other moon in our solar system is available, and all of them are richer in whatever thing you need.
Oh yeah, we've actually taken most of the shit that's easy to get to.
We got an asteroid that's got more gold than the entirety of Earth.
So I have a proposed counter to your social evolution thing that I think is worth bringing up now. And that is, how many hippies did Magellan bring with him? Because that's kind of leads the point. If they're going to come out and make contact, it could be accidental or it could be intentional. It doesn't matter. But if you're out there, you're sending out, So for example, Elon is not a climate change hippie, and he's going to go to Mars before the climate change hippies can go there.
Oh, he'll get there before the sea levels have risen a foot.
Right. That's the whole point, though.
I mean, never mind. That's going to take 1,000 years, but anyway.
He's not going to bring a bunch of activist retards with him. He's going to send people, if he sends people at all at this point, that can fix his robots. Like, that's the kind of person who's going to show up and say there's aliens on Mars. They're not going to be meeting our bleeding heart hippies. They're going to be meeting people who are there to do a job and go home. Like, I'm not expecting if someone shows up here to be the bleeding heart hippie or even have a remote connection to one from back home.
No, but I would also argue, like, the problem that you have is you're going kind of to the extreme, which is the bleeding heart hippie. I would argue that
I expect a scientist to have a heart and morals too.
So let's try to bring this back to Earth a little bit here, right?
Sure.
We have right now a perfect example of this occurring in our civilizations today with immigration. We have a group of people which are highly evolved and highly civilized and highly advanced, and we have a group of people that beat their chest and fucking act like fucking chimpanzees, which are very closely related brethren, but they are a little bit primitive in their social structure. And the people that are not necessarily acting like chimpanzees are looking at the people who do look like act and look like chimpanzees, and are saying, "Yeah, we don't want you fucking around," right? Like we tried it, it didn't fucking work. Go home, right? And this is a real serious discussion that's happening right now. So even though when we, I understand what you're talking about with space hippies. The problem that you have is that I think all of the cultural evolutions that we're experiencing on Earth today are cultural evolutions that any advanced civilization will have also experienced, right? It's inherent to civilization. I don't think the
could you imagine if that wasn't the case? And so instead of our native bacteria being the end of the tripod takeover, it's because they just start infighting over shit like climate change.
It could be. But, like, the point is that I think what ends up happening is you're going to have, like, I think what's going to end up happening is within the next, so I predicted back in 2009 that we would be entering civil war. And I think that we are there. We do have violence in the streets. It's just not state act. We're not seeing a classical civil war as we know, with one state evolving in the other. Although you really can make the argument that we have Democrats versus Republicans, and they're so far divided at this point that it's essentially two different sub-states in terms of who's acting and who's not. I don't think it's quite at that structural distinction yet. But the point is that what I think will end up happening in terms of advanced civilizations is that an advanced civilization will have had those kinds of experiences where they will have naturally expanded across their own planet in their own way. They will have groups of those populations which will have been subject to selection pressures that other groups have not been subject to.
Or
will have
Klingons.
attempted to incorporate.
Just putting that out there. Klingons. Just saying.
Yeah, but Klingons just murder each other. There's difference.
I'm still putting it out there.
Steve, Gorge, Klaatu, Barada, no justice, no peace.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying that, like,
it's the full
like when you take a look at a planet is fundamentally going to have equatorial zones. It's also going to have northern and southern regions. In this planet, whatever it
landlocked?
exists, depending on
Sorry,
its continental configuration. It's also going to have a magnetic field and a bunch of other stuff.
well,
So
that's the
there's going
thing
to
is,
have to be float.
What if it is it's not landlocked. It's fuck though, like the moon. What if it's locked in rotation? What if it's so basically the idea with that one is you have a ring of potential habitable zone around the planet, and that's it. Which again, I think still falls.
So
within
to be
the
fair,
band
something
of-
like that would require a substantially longer period of evolutionary adaptation in order to produce a species that is viable. So the question really comes down to how long does it take to produce a species? That goes back to the Drake equation. We're at 4.7 billion years to have an intelligent species, right?
Well, hold on. You're saying
Going out to the
naturally as
stars.
opposed to artificially, right?
Now, as far as the biosphere on this planet that we are aware of, are the history that we are aware of in geological time, it's about 4 to 4.2 billion years that we've had what we could call life on this planet, in theory.
Mm-hmm.
It took us a couple billion years to get to multicellular life, in theory. So we've had 13.7, like 14 billion, thereabouts, plus or minus, years for stuff to happen in the universe as we know it around us. And you can make arguments about how it had
for
to
an
cool
entire
off to a certain
civilization
degree.
to rise and fall more than once on this very planet, potentially.
Well,
So like you can make arguments about how the universe had to cool down to a certain extent, but I'd still say arguably there's more than 5 billion years of history where you could have civilization.
I would agree with that. Like, I think that's a reasonable interpretation, is that there are civilizations that could have. So like, I think, what is it? The first stars that existed within our universe exploded within the first million years.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Correct? Thereabouts, plus or minus.
We're
Don't
on
fucking
second and
care.
third generation right now.
Right. So we're at this point where what is the oldest civilization that's possible? And I think the oldest civilization that's possible is probably looking at something like
7 to 10.
7 to 10, maybe.
Yeah.
Is the earliest a civilization could have evolved, in which they adapted. They maybe 7 to 10 billion years is when a civilization finally came about that could get into space.
Presumably,
And we're
the
at
Big
13
Bang
billion?
is as understood, anyway.
And by the way, like, so what happens in that 3 billion years, right?
That's a long time.
It's a long
That's a
time.
real long time.
It's a real long time,
mean,
especially for technology.
We got from nothing to where we are here, give or take 5,000 years.
Yeah.
I would disagree with that.
For human technology, we've had about 10. So, and I like this one from the Kurskazog's perspective. That as a species, like what we are now today, we've existed for on the order of 12,000 or so. So about 10,000 BC is roughly where we would say our species kind of came to its own, and we have what we could call human civilization. Like otherwise, you'd say the other argument is that we've had about 280,000 years of human civilization or human species. But human civilization and species, you could make the argument it's about 10,000 BC onward.
I would agree with that. I would agree. I would actually agree it's a little bit earlier than 10,000 BC. 10,000 BC is kind of like the earliest at which we can detect agriculture. And we probably had civilization for about 5,000 years before we settled down. And we only settled down because of either A, settling into agriculture was found to be more reliable than hunting and gathering, and or B, we just got to a point where the hunting, well, always it's going to come down to hunter gathering is less efficient than civilization.
So that's where we went from agrarian to. So that's when we went from like hunter gatherer to agrarian is kind of the argument, because you could say, oh well, we'll go back as far back as the land bridge to Russia, and you're talking like 50,000.
Or we can go back even farther than that to Adam's Bridge and go back millions of years. Or we can look at the ancient tool marks and the oldest of gold mines.
No, I don't think we can go back to millions of years.
No,
I don't think we can really
3.
go back to millions of years.
Yeah, about 3.
I think that you can go back a certain extent.
About 3 million.
But like when we sit there and we start talking about, like, especially on our planet, this is where people, if you call me a racist, whatever, I don't fucking care at this point. Like, we have huge regional variations, but depending on the temperate band associated with the planet that you have, and the survival requirements for those different regions are going to be dependent upon that temperate band, right? The stuff in the northern bands is going to... You have this whole period of time where you can't fucking eat anything because it all goes into hibernation and or is not growing. And right. So when you start talking about our origins, if you will, the people that evolved, our initial species in that origin population is perfectly adapted to that, which tends to be bigger, better, stronger, faster. Right. But then you get into these
different methods of you need different perspectives on time, depending on.
Yeah, you need different perspectives on time. I agree with that. But you get into these northern regions, and you get into these other areas, and now all of a sudden, things like intelligence and ability to cooperate and patience and like not just murdering each other whenever you fucking get disrespected comes into play. Whereas, you know, if you decided to have that kind of patience in these more equatorial regions, that's actually disadvantageous, right? Because the lion will kill you while you're mediating a dispute. Whereas in the northern regions, you'll kill everything before the lion is able to get to you.
In the northern regions, instead you just wait for winter to come and the lion will freeze to death.
Right, exactly. The individuals who don't have that longer perspective got selected out of the populace. So like when we sit there and we start breaking down this 10,000, 5,000, whatever the break point is where you want to say civilization started, it started kind of universally across the globe in various points about 10,000 years ago. I'm willing to bet you it extends to about 5,000 prior to that, where we had what we would consider a civilization rather than monkeys traversing the wilderness. But, you know, survival of artifacts and things like that, that's really hard.
Now, real quickly, though,
really
what
hard.
about the Ethiopian tool marks that are 3.5 million years old?
What?
What about the Ethiopian tool marks that are 3.4 million years old?
I've never heard of that.
Tools as a thing.
Out of Dakika, Ethiopia. The tool marks that are on animal bones.
Pause. Tools as a thing have arrived convergently via evolution among multiple different species, many of which we would consider far less evolved. For instance, crows and chimps are just as capable with a stick as humans are when it comes to getting ants.
Sure.
So, if you want to talk about tool marks,
but
that's going to be kind of you need to read into more than I think is there. What's going on with where things are marked?
Not necessarily. I mean, it just means that something, be it a human or proto-human or whatever, was using tools, and we've only just now seen its equivalent in non-human primates. To be fair.
No, that's not true.
Not just now.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so we've only seen a complicated tool use. Fairly recently.
We have only observed it recently, but that's
actually not the point I was wanting to get to.
Yeah,
I was wanting to get into the point
if you get into like, so let's assume that we wipe ourselves out for just 30 seconds, right?
Right. We're all dead.
If you assume we wipe ourselves out, we kill every human with mechanical means, right? There are a large number of species which are poised to take our place. It won't be immediate. But within 10,000 or 20,000 years, chimpanzees are probably not going to be at our level of technology, but they could easily be at agriculture.
Yeah, or they could be mining.
Easily be at agriculture.
Or they could be mining gold, which is the other point I was wanting to get into, is the Eswatini mine out of South Africa, which is, 40 to 43,000 years old. Middle Stone Age, where they were using tools, metal tools.
Well,
could be
possibly
could be
tools, but But it appears to be metal
But
tools.
like we have right now today multiple species that are probably on the verge of like what we would consider a civilization, and that's or no, I don't want to say on the verge of civilization. They're in a proto civilization phase, right? Dogs / wolves are, I think, in a proto civilization phase. Chimpanzees, 100%. Gorillas, 100% are in a proto civilization phase.
I'd say that even this more challenges the notion of what intelligence is required to be civilizational. And you could argue it's not because the individual units are still stupid. But like there are several species of ants that do lots of tasks that humans also do to organize the environment around them, specifically herding animals and doing basic agriculture, which ants do.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Animals.
Now, whether we would get to a point where ants evolve beyond the limitations of their own species, I think that's a different question. Probably not.
Saying, like, some of the basic
but yes, like, if you were to talk about, like, let's say human beings were wiped off this planet within 25,000 years, do I think there are things that could form a coherent social structure that would look like early man? Yes, I think there's probably 3 or 4 species.
Gorillas, orangutans, easily. All kinds of monkeys would do it.
All kinds of monkeys. I would put dogs in the same boat.
Dogs certainly.
Dogs are really close.
No cat species. All of them just eat everything.
No, I don't think. Actually, I don't know.
Like
so I'm gonna it's fun to poke fun at cats. But the domesticated cat species, literally the domesticated cat species, does naturally, inherently, when they are feral, form a naturally existing societal and structure.
There's cat packs.
They do that.
Now, I would say lions would be the most likely to be more proto-civilizational after, say, 10,000 years. They have organization now, but the problem is they're trapped in the same kind of climate issue, the temperate band, where they have no need to do long range forecasting on things, and it's pretty simple to show that you need some level of longer term than just this season. That kind of forecasting also is required for many of the familial bond structures that we get to beyond. Well,
and again, I think that's why, like most of the great apes tend to be a lot closer to what I would consider proto-civilizations.
Yeah.
But, if the great apes never formed it, dogs wouldn't be far off.
No,
right?
Cats,
domestic cats probably wouldn't be crazily far off. Now, if you want to start talking about who's going to be able to evolve tool use, well, it turns out that you kind of need to have a spare set of appendages, to go sit there and make fucking iron. So if you turn around and said 50,000 years from now, who are you going to put your money on? I'm going to put my money on the chimps, and I'm going to put my money on the orangutans, and I'm going to put my money on a lot of the great apes. I'm not going to put my money on dogs. But
no,
proto-civilization... Yeah, I could absolutely see dogs getting into farming, or at least herd cultivation and animal husbandry.
You know what I see them doing? I see them forcing a bunch of dumb chimps to go mine the rocks for them.
I don't know.
Now,
I don't know.
But,
I can see retrievers just doing farming out of the joy of farming. Let's be real.
So I see bears as also being in this group. Not like grizzlies; they're too predatorial and territorial. But when you get down to the smaller bears, they're closer than we give them credit for. So black bears and some of the smaller brown bears, polar bears and grizzlies, absolutely not. Way too
potentially, but again, if you turn around and you said between now and 1,000,000 years from now, if humans weren't around, Do you think that another species on this planet would evolve as an intelligent species that has some level of
more than enough time.
technology?
More than enough
That's
time
more
for
than enough
multiple
time
versions.
for a lot of different. Like, I think the canids could probably get into something. I think that you could probably be looking at numerous great apes. Great ape civilizations could have existed and fallen in the time between, like,
Oh, yeah.
whatever happens for a canid.
And if it involved us suddenly disappearing versus us never having existed, I imagine multiple great ape civilizations would blow themselves up with nukes.
But
Yep.
just a
It wouldn't take
conceptual
long.
question here.
If you look at the way that chimps do warfare, it would take no time at all.
Oh yeah, no,
Within the first
they're
2,000
very,
years, you have chimps blowing each other up with nukes we left behind.
they war in a similar fashion to their. Well, anyway, the folks that people associate with them. Anyway, unrelated, I hope, is the thoughts on how long then would it have taken to build Göbekli Tepe, which is at least 10. Well, actually, no. By now, it'd be like 12,000 years old.
No, keep in mind, I mentioned-
Göbekli Tepe is not that old.
It has to be.
well,
It
So,
most
so this
necessarily
gets
be
into
from
what is it?
9,000.
Graham Hancock, I think that's the guy's theory who does the Göbekli Tepe.
I have no idea.
I think he's-
Radiocarbon
I think
dating
it's
puts it
Graham
at the 10th or
Hancock.
9th millennium BCE. Or BCE. Fucking that bullshit. No, it's at least 10,000 years old. Well, sorry, it's at least 12,000 years old. Has to be. Minimum. Just requirement.
Listen to this red man over here chirping out for a Jew. And
Look, I know about old things. We know about old things. We got two spirits, man. So, I don't want to hear it.
You had two spirits because you couldn't get along with one. Ouch.
I don't know. That's not really much of a thing.
I don't know. Göbekli Tepe it's interesting. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
Like
it is necessarily from at least 10,000 BC. Period. It is.
All right. Well, keep in mind, we mentioned the land bridge to Russia, which is 25,000 to 50,000 years, right?
And I mentioned Adam's Bridge,
So-
which is 3 million years.
But I mean,
I'm just saying that
10,000
things like-
BC is not earlier than the rest of all of our civilizational records,
That's-
right?
Adam's
all
Bridge.
I'm
Then that's
getting
why
to
I
there,
mentioned
so-
Adam's Bridge in the beginning, because it is. It predates anything that we have in writing other than the Vedas. And then the Vedas, dip back into past that's so far any of our prehistory that it might as well be conjecture. The Vedas go back to like fucking 10 million years ago, which the only thing we have that goes back to 10 million years ago is the Vedas. So, what do we put to that?
well, you have to wonder how much pot they were smoking. That's all.
I don't think it came from there, actually. So, probably something else, but fair
Well,
point.
you get the point I'm getting at.
Nah, I got you.
Look, the big thing to keep in mind is that you go back far enough in time, and you have a bunch of people whose biggest claim to forethought and fame was their ability to make shit up. And not that was a bad thing. It's just that if you're going to base your future predictions on the shit someone made up about the past, it's better. This is why science evolved in the first place.
True.
As part
Now,
of our civilization.
it's just that
That's the whole idea
it's
behind it.
weird when science is like, oh, so yeah, that thing they said was made 3 million years ago. It looks like it was made 3 million years ago, in exactly the way that they described it as having been made.
No, I'm not saying that. Like, look. It doesn't all have to be bullshit. It's just
No,
that when bullshit
I'm-
is when it's indistinguishable from reality.
Well,
You
and
can't- it's
you have
hard
to
to
you have to go
describe
back to what
both
I
as
said, bro,
separate.
and that is that we only have one source in all of
Like
our
I'm saying,
existence
it's hard
on
to
this.
describe them as separate.
And so, I mean, how much can we, put into one of the most ancient, religious texts that has, and the only thing we've got on top of that is we only have Adam's Bridge. It's like we've got all these religious texts. They talk about all this shit, and then they talk about Adam's Bridge, and then we've got all the modern world, and the only thing that matches between the two is that. Now, that it does match is incredibly peculiar and very interesting, but that's all we've got. Just being real. And it brings up, again, the questions of places like Göbekli Tepe. We just don't have answers. There are things that have happened that they're so far gone and so far in the past, all we've got is conjecture. Although I personally, I like to stay open to some of that because, from my own oral traditions of my peoples, how, we've got stories that go back a really far way, and there's some really interesting stuff in there, going beyond, Coyote releasing the sun from the hidden box that the people in the hill, were hiding it from the world and unleashing light on the earth.
This is what I mean when you start looking at texts that say shit happened 10
But
million
we've got
years
that.
ago.
But then by that same notion, we also have texts of the star people that came down and, taught my ancestors things about living on the world
Now,
that they should not have
imagine
known.
what happens in, say, a million years when someone comes back and looks at the old cartoons of Prometheus and Bob from Robot Chicken.
We'll have to see, I suppose.
It'd be very interesting
Although
because then they'll say, aha,
there's also the whole
cavemen
thing of
talk to aliens.
good luck finding media in that much time.
True.
The only thing
I mean,
we've
it's
got
funny.
now
We have our M discs. We have our M discs, and they're supposed to last for 1,000 years.
I think that we need
but
new paper
you'd have to
that lasts
rewrite
even
them.
longer so that we can just print out retarded
Well,
shit
see,
for people in the
we're getting to
future.
the point where we're going to start etching our histories into crystals, but then you'd have to have a way to read them.
You gotta have crystal drives. So yeah,
Well, that's the
that
thing
is a thing.
That kind of begs the question now, doesn't it? On some things that have their imperfections in them, how well organized are those? Are any of them in a repeating fashion with some slight irregularities to them?
Well, and never minding, potential other branches of technology that just weren't explored because we didn't go down that way. Like, we're only just now starting to discover some of the things that could be done with Sonics. But,
Well, here's a good one. There's if you take willow trees, you can weave them as they grow, willow branches. This is a very common way to make living fences, for example. Make living structures, and well, it's a basic thing.
Oh, no,
It's not something that's
well, beyond that, too. I mean, we can do things that,
recently.
are literally never happen in nature. That is to say, we can make a tree that fruits 5 different fruits. 5 different, completely different fruits.
Grafting.
By way of splicing and grafting. We can do some really amazing things these days. As a matter of fact, if we get into GMO stuff, things get really interesting.
Oh,
Or,
so
how about this? How about we
segue
off of this, because we've been talking about it for fucking ever, into something that is actually related. Out of CERN, as a matter of fact, we have a new building block of matter, potentially. What the hell do they call this thing? The X6600, X6900, and X7100. They're extremophiles. Tetraquarks is what they've called these. So these have just been
They're very
detected.
unstable.
Incredibly.
They're very unstable. They don't last very long. So this is something that was reviewed. Not this specific example, but that's a topic. It was something that was reviewed back when they thought they might have seen evidence of a pentaquark, which is also theorized. Tetraquarks are a little more stable in theory, but they would decay like very rapidly. It's kind of like the reason why we don't expect to see many atom-like structures that incorporate muons, because they deteriorate within a millionth or so of a second, which is more than enough time to do science. Like that's a lifetime to do science as far as the timing of things. You can get plenty done with.
Well, and another really interesting point about this is that they've been theorized for some time, and as is kind of the case with cosmic science and just exoplanet science. So many of these things that have been theorized, yet another has come to be.
Yes. So we a couple of years ago we thought we saw pentaquarks. Tetraquarks were a thing that were more likely to exist, but we thought we saw evidence for pentaquarks. Turns out that was more likely to be a different decay chain. The tetraquark thing, it's more likely. And again, they don't last very long, but they can exist. The interactions that they might be able to achieve within their limited lifespan are not likely to lead towards many significant technological applications. You're not going to be able to make a better nuclear reactor by knowing tetraquarks exist. Unfortunately, that's just not They don't have the time scale.
I mean,
to
be fair, these the when you start talking about the I don't know what to call them, like not subatomic particles, but beyond that, there's very little application beyond a certain point.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
It's largely a matter of understanding how things function as
them.
opposed to like functional science making things, that kind of thing.
Well, no, but you're right about these being theorized for a long time. This tetraquarks and pentaquarks have been theorized since the 50s and 60s. You know, once we got to the part where we knew about the Y and Z bosons, we had them well characterized, like as an idea on paper, and then we saw them in the machine. Like this is stuff that has been a hot topic of theory, because then it's a test bed also. If you can reliably produce them, it's a test bed for a lot of our substructure theories. You know, you can get to distinctions where you might be able to have an actual testable theory out of M theory, so string theory, versus something
there are answers to questions we can only get at that scale, and that is important.
Well, it's a testability argument. It's a testability thing. For science, your theory can be great, but is it testable? You know, it has to be a falsifiably testable theory where you can design an experiment where the outcome is possible to refute the theory. You know, if we see this, then theory was not able to predict outcome.
Well, that
is almost a explicit requirement in science.
Well, even beyond that, I mean, just from a purely a mechanical, I guess, standpoint, is our understanding of things at this small of a scale gives us the, I guess you might say, building blocks to work at that scale. What that means,
well, it also gives us the ability to predict, like, at the cosmic scale. Sure, our theories are generalizable through the entire scale of length scales if they're fundamental. So a constitutive theory is applicable at all scales. That's the idea behind these. So if you ever hear the term constitutive theory or constitutive model, it's literally as in it constitutes what you're doing. It's a basis, kind of like E equals MC squared. That's constitutive.
Oh, and since we're kind of on the topic here, we should probably also talk about a very interesting and big development out of NASA, of all things. The SR-1 Freedom. Very cool. Uh-huh. Like, we're making progress. We're doing something. It's not new, per se. It's actually rather...
no, but I think the proposals from the 70s... Goddamn, we're American.
Hell yeah. But I think the proposals like from the 60s or 70s, that being nuclear spacecraft. Let's go. In this case, it's not the old one where they just drop bombs out the back and it blows up in front of the plane.
That one was quickly debunked.
Yeah, that one's fucking cool, but it's also retarded.
Fucking stupid.
It's not stupid.
No, it functions, but it is retarded. But anyway, but with this,
let me just give you the very, very quick version of that. You're losing half of the energy that you're outputting at least.
So hold on. Arguably, The Expanse is probably one of the most accurate physics sci-fi that has ever existed. Yeah, and they fundamentally operate on the exact same principle.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
all
don't.
of their fusion drives are laser ignition fusion drives. They even show the descent of the pellet into the reaction chain.
That's not exploding a fission bomb behind a kinetic plate.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about the old school one where they literally just dropped nukes behind it and blew it up in front of a plate.
You're talking about the
I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just saying that it's not much different.
Look, Steve, the reason I know about this,
brother, it is a little bit different.
The reason I know about this and the reason I'm acutely aware of this is that a person who had some incredibly hilarious TDS in the Green Grapist friend group.
Wait, there was actually somebody with TDS in the Green Grapist?
Yeah, Gray Knight.
I don't know him.
He insisted. Well, I think he goes by Green Knight these days because he's a fucking pothead. But he insisted that the Orion project would work. Now, keep in mind, I was at the time working with the university. I was working with NASA on 3D printing on Mars, and he's insisting this to me, and I had just visited LARC, the Langley Research Center, to work with the people who were doing the 3D printing stuff, and the person who was in charge was the same person in charge of the escape module on the top of the Artemis rocket. So it's the Orion system. They used the name over again because the last project was so thoroughly put in the trash that they decided they could use Orion again. So I had pictures of posters from the hallways in the same fucking building, and this guy's telling me, one, I also had my fucking degrees on my bed because I just gotten the things framed.
Look at you, cute. You actually frame your degrees.
I know. From undergrad. So I had like laid them out on my bed, and so I was
Bro, I got my undergrad degrees and my grad degrees stuffed in a fucking drawer. I'm not entirely sure I can even find them.
So anyway,
well, mine's in a nice folder.
Because unlike little faggots, I actually want people to respect me for what I say, not the degrees that I hold.
So anyway, I was talking with Bats at the time while Gray was arguing with us in chat. And I sent him, because he's saying, I don't even believe you have your degrees. I sent him, I said, should I do this? And I sent him pictures of my fucking degrees. Anywho, the point being,
look at that. You did that.
I didn't send them to him. I don't remember. The point being...
This is a great story. Keep telling me the story, Craig.
I'm gonna. The point being...
I'm sure you are. Are you going to tell me how many other degrees you have?
We are doing this show for other people, so let's let him tell the story.
The point at the end of the day being that the Orion program is so thoroughly useless that it was recycled as a name to do something that actually fucking worked. So that is how terrible using a big kinetic plate to absorb a nuclear explosion was considered. You lose so much of your energy just compressing the plate against the spring to move. And yes, that's how medieval it was. To press a plate against a spring to move the whole thing forward. So they basically have a giant shock absorber. Until you get into space and you can't pick up anymore. And keep in mind, I understand that the whole notion was to only do this in space. They weren't talking about blowing up nukes in the atmosphere.
Well, and let's be completely honest about this here. Like, the best use of nukes is not in powering spacecraft. It's for shooting at aliens. If we're talking about space.
Fair.
It's for dealing with Palestinians.
What? No, you can't. That's like unusable for fucking years. That's ridiculous. Don't be silly. Anyway, if we're talking about
should you have a point?
I have no problem with creating the largest glass mine on in the world's history.
Uranium glass had a fantastic aesthetic back in the 20s.
That's exactly right. It's a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
No, there's like water and human lives and whatever. There's some things over there.
Are they human?
People seem to say so.
On the human to chimpanzee spectrum.
The same people who say that the people that they're fighting are not human. You're going to listen to people who are dehumanizing other humans?
Oh, hey, that reminds me of dehumanizing stuff. We should probably talk about Canada. Which kind of leaves
that... Are they human?
Exactly. People wonder.
Well, Albertans are humans. No, Albertans are humans.
Largely.
I appreciate Albertans. I like them.
Anyway. So
have you seen how their jaws unhinge? South Park did a very good representation, and I am not so sure.
They're like, it's like they're ovoviviparous, but unfortunately they're kind of slack-jawed sometimes too.
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't talking about the slack-jawed ex-leader and his lesbian girlfriend that were down in America watching the FIFA World Cup.
Was she hot?
That depends on how you...
Depends on how slack her jaw is, I guess.
Yeah, that. I think she's making some music videos or something. Anyway. He,
That's not promising.
yeah, again, not talking about him coming down to America to watch the FIFA opener as opposed to the one that was in Canada like the next day or whatever. But anyway, we're talking about a different Canadian man. And in this case, this was a Canadian man that was getting medically assisted dying.
Oh,
Or made.
he was getting the best of Canadian healthcare. He was.
Yes, absolutely. During the application of that, he was screaming, "Help me!"
Yeah,
No worries. Hospital went
normal.
ahead and took care of everything. Put him down like a dog that was rabid,
Yeah.
And then
As they do.
exactly as they do. Or if you've already put him down and somehow it didn't work, they're still breathing, still got a heartbeat. No worries. Round 2, go back in, fix it up, real good. Yeah, that's it. There's no happy end to that. It's just Canada is a fucking crazy shithole.
It's a dystopian nightmare.
It is. It's almost like we live in a cyberpunk dystopia. Just not all of us at once.
As I play Cyberpunk.
We don't live in that place. We're not fucking Canada.
Yeah, no, we live in a
Could be.
part of it. We all each get a little taste of what a cyberpunk dystopia is like.
Well, you see, right now what happens is we are told we could be like Canada if you, if it's a nice country you got there. It'd be a real shame if it went Kentucky.
Yeah, basically that applies to any country. Other than Somalia. Actually, Somalia would be improved by being more like Canada.
I was going to say they're doing pretty well actually, courtesy of certain people.
True. Haiti as well. If we're being entirely honest, I hear they have a lot of barbecue down there.
That's just bad.
As you do.
They have barbecue, all right.
They do. Big man about town. Not a hungry man, just a big man.
No, I'm pretty sure he's never hungry these days.
Oh,
He's got a big old stockpile.
he does.
His favorite cuisine is all there.
Yeah, well, when it's like being a farmer and walking amongst your crops. It's like these are all the things I like to eat. Ah, that's fucking dark. I'm gonna stop now. Jesus, we went fucking really dark there.
No, keep going. Agree and amplify.
Well, anyway, vaguely related, we should probably talk about Belfast and the thing that happened there over the last week.
Belfast?
Yeah.
Fell slow.
No, pretty fast. Lots and lots of acceleration.
Well, they found out why you don't fuck with an Irishman, I think.
Not,
there's the intolerables
process.
that lead to the troubles, if you will.
They're in the process of finding out. We'll see how much finding out occurs. But
Well, it'd be nice if they took care of the problem.
well, it looks like there's a lot of problem solving that is occurring, and
Not enough.
that's true. But it appears that there's a lot of old hats from Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
If I'm unclear, a lot of folks with experience in social unrest type of activities.
Yeah,
And there's been a lot.
there's the triple letter heroes are out.
There are. Funny enough, not Sean Payne, which is
True.
which is wild. But yeah, so we've got some of these Irish patriots that are out there, taking some lessons from the old hat dudes. And man, there's not a lot of video. There's a lot that's happened. There's a lot of after action reporting, but not a lot of video. Not a lot of video of those Irish patriots out there doing what
Video
needs to be done.
unnecessary.
If some people,
Video is not as necessary as the lessons being learned.
Absolutely, and it's important that a lesson be taught because these folks have refused ardently, time and time again, to listen to the folks when they tell them, no, we don't want this. This is
So
the
the funny thing
opposite
is,
of what we want.
There's people there trying to tell them that they're not the real Irishmen. Like, motherfucker, these guys have been there for. These guys, not that they're from there, They've been there for like 9,000 years.
Yep. Nobody was there. They arrived, and that's where the story ended up until just recently. In which case, it was like, hey, we need to send these fucking people that are from some fucking where else to come and conquer your lands.
We need to turn Ireland into dumb fuckistan Part 2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for them, Ireland has a penchant for remaining Irish after the invasion starts.
Yeah, and something even more interesting that we're seeing.
The Romans figured that one out too.
Mm-hmm. Well, something again more interesting even than that is that we've seen people in Ireland that despise each other, hate to the core of their very being.
Oh yeah, you have the wrong last name, they'll fuck you up. That kind of
and we've seen these people.
I would. So I, as a member of the people largely displaced by the British Empire, as a Scottish man, I give credit to the Irish people because unlike my people, they fucking stand their fucking ground.
Well, that's the point I was wanting to get into, is that we've got two very disparate groups. Though they might look similar, they are night and day. And what we're seeing is these two people holding hands and shaking hands and saying, no more. We aren't so different after all.
So I think that the thing that's ended up happening, we started this. I think we started getting together in 2020.
No, the show, yeah.
You, me, and Craig.
Yep.
You guys ran like 2 shows before I came on.
Something like that.
Yeah, that was September.
I think that's about where we are. So we've been together. We've been hanging out here for about 6 years. I come on. I've got my accomplishments and all my monies and all that stuff, and I like hanging out with you guys because it's fun to sit there and chat about this stuff. But it has been a wild fucking ride.
Oh, it's been crazy.
And it's been fucking crazy.
We have watched
it's been
the
fucking
world
crazy.
change its face completely.
And that is the most important thing. Like all of the what's amazing is if I go back to where we were in 2020, we were talking about wokeness because I think back then we were calling it SJWs or social justice warriors.
We might have been calling it like political correctness even too at that point. Because
no, the political correctness died in 2014.
Well, it did.
SJWs reigned till 2018 or so.
I don't think we were.
And then it started moving into woke.
I think you're right. I think we were referring it to like social justice and that sort of shit at that point, though.
Yeah. So I think we were still in the SJW phase. I think we were still in the SJW phase before we were into wokeness.
And their period of dominance as well, social dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. And we rode through that. And I remember coming on to this podcast of 6 listeners as a naive and hopeful individual who did not believe there was anybody actually who believed that crazy fucking stupid shit. Oof. And you guys provided example after example about how I was wrong.
Sorry.
And I appreciate that growth opportunity.
Well, hey, it's important that you know what's true.
But I will offer that one of the problems that you have, and we can talk about COVID, right, where science folks decided to gamble their credibility on
throw in the garbage.
They gambled their credibility. They gambled their credibility. If it worked out great for them, that was great. But it didn't.
On an all red board, brother.
And, it turns out the BLM folks, the, race neutral folks, they've gambled their credibility as well. And now we're at the point where not only is woke dead, not only has it been shown the door, but what's coming in behind it is such a backlash that it's going to be wild, right? Like,
it's going to hurt.
Asmongold, a year ago, 2 years ago, where the fuck he was when I started listening to him, he turned around and said, today Keir Starmer sitting there and saying, turn the boats around. But the guy who comes after him is going to say, sink the fucking boats. I think we're at sink the fucking boats.
Oh, no.
We're doing that already.
Rupert Lowe is
they're calling for it. They haven't actually started to sink the boats intentionally.
That's a really good point. I'd like to actually comment on that specifically because I've spoken on it, at least online, in that Restore and Rupert Lowe are absolutely the moderate option. He just wants these people gone.
Yes.
Now, that's not entirely true.
Hey, I have a chance to go home.
Yeah,
the next step is the fucking driving of the snakes out by the
he wants the people gone, and he wants the criminals that have crossed the line dead, which is actually very reasonable. That's very reasonable.
It is wild to me to have gone from, in 2020, joining you gentlemen in this very fine podcast that reaches a whopping 6 people, and sitting there and saying, I don't think any of these people actually believe this shit, to having you guys convince me that I was entirely wrong, that there are in fact people that believe this stupid shit.
There really are people that
and then watching not only all of these people spend a ton of social credibility, the scientists spend a ton of social credibility on things like climate and COVID, and now we're in the position where it's where the Irish are really okay with going back to 1990s, early 2000s era,
IRA. Yeah.
When you got a problem, when you got a problem and you have a solution that works.
Yeah, I think it's wild to me. I am very sad that my Scottish brethren did not have the boldness to throw off the chains of the UK.
Indeed,
that the Irish, fucking leprechauns of the goddamn world did.
Of all the people,
they have thrown off those chains.
Oh, and with gusto.
With gusto.
Like
they had their insurrectionist government locales. I have seen, what was it? I've seen in the last week, I have seen them show up with, I remember when Anonymous used to do its little message postings. These guys are showing up in like traditional IRA shit, where it's fucking masks and guns, and they're like, "We will burn your fucking bullshit to the ground."
Oh yeah, no.
And you know what? The thing is,
that's a point. Actually, I'd like to dig into that for just a quick second because I've been following this closely. In that, they've actually gone ahead and put out threats to their countrymen that have been co-conspirators, not on their side. The ones that are running these migrant houses that are conspiring with the government to make this all happen. They've put out the notice, like, look, you can't. Well, to some at least, like the HMOs, the migrant housing, they've put out the notice, like, you can't do this anymore. If you do this, bad things are going to happen. You've already seen the bad things. They will happen to you.
You see, the times where the IRA did all their shit, that was called the Troubles. And the thing
I just want to be very clear here. Like, I did not realize that the Scottish and the third world there that has come in and invaded the Scottish could bond over sheep pussy. I just didn't think that was going to be a thing. But apparently, my people have no shame.
Sheeps and goats, they're not all that not all that far apart.
I know.
So, well, what are you going to do?
So you have to wonder, what is the Middle Eastern version of haggis?
I probably don't have an adequate answer to that wouldn't end up in us getting banned from every single place that we post this thing. So let's just leave that one there. Oh, but back to Belfast.
Listen, apparently, my Scottish brethren and the Palestinians evaluate the maturity of women at the same age as the maturity of sheep. It is a shameful practice, I admit. I did not realize that my peoples were so benign. But power to the Irish. The leprechauns rise again.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were about to get us banned. Okay. But anyway.
No, he wasn't going to say the potato euphemism.
Oh, but anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, back to potatoes.
Potatoes.
And speaking of Belfast.
I need to somehow find a way. I think I got to dye my hair red. That's what I think I got to do. Because the Scottish, we were not able to throw off our yokes and stand at our oppressors and tell them no.
Well, hold on. We'll get to Scotland. I've actually got a very good story out of
best we have done is maybe occasionally a handful of us have called Keir Starmer a wanker.
I've actually got a very
the Irish.
good start. I've actually got one
Those
for you.
fucks know how to party.
They do. But I actually have a very good one. But let me finish out with Belfast, and we'll get directly to that, because you'll love to hear this.
All right.
So,
Belfast.
because this isn't necessarily good, but it is revealing. So, what happened is the attacker, the dude that sawed fucking dude's head almost off. By the way, before we get to that, a little bit of backstory. Yes, he is. Has lost an eye. The other has taken damage, and he may or may not ever see properly again. I'm sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he will be quickly greenlit into the Neuralink vision program, because Elon Musk has been talking about this, and that would I can.
This is how we get Borg.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's going to be captain of the Borg too. Fuck the Muslims, dude.
Better than that. Well, there are worse options. Anyway, old dude has suffered tremendously, and the backstory on this is he did. Yeah, of all the people in the world, this is the least deserving of any of this. So we got a dude that's special needs. He's got some mental health issues, and he's a neighbor to this guy. So he's helping them move in, and kind of
fucking way.
Yeah. So like, kind of a dumb guy, kind of your local, kind of slow dude that's just friendly with everyone. So they took the slow guy that's friendly with everyone, that was literally helping them move in, and this fucking guy does this shit to him. And what's worse, this guy's been fucked over every instance of his life. Like, he had some drug dealer like nearly kill him before for some bullshit he wasn't even involved with. Like, this guy has suffered and suffered and suffered and managed to be a decent person throughout it all. Fucking life of Job, man. I fucking swear. And then this shit happens. Anyway, there's a lot of people that are going to be looking out for this guy when he gets out, which he absolutely deserves. Back to the other part, though. The attacker himself. See, there's a little bit of history on that. He has a background of his own, which should have been considered or looked into or anything, and obviously it wasn't. And the people who should have done that, interestingly, are people by the name of Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick. Okay. Now, those names should sound vaguely familiar to an American, but definitely quite familiar if you follow British politics. And if you do, you're going to know that those are members of Reform. Those are big, big names in Reform. These are important Reform policy makers, and they made the call. I'll read that call.
Is Reform at the point where there's big names in it?
Yes, actually. Reform is the new Tories, essentially. So
they basically they were the pressure relief valve from before, and they quickly got swept into stock politics.
Oh yeah, record timing. So anyway, reading
they got absorbed in so that they could head off the explosion, if you will. And unfortunately, they didn't actually release enough steam, so now they're going to get the Restore UK party. Yeah. Just kind of like UKIP got soaked up before.
And to be fair, Restore is a very, very reasonable option. If they don't hit that, things are going to get wild in Britain. Anyway, reading from the report here.
Telling them they got to take back their country before they're coming to beg us, help them, and take it back from foreign invaders.
I am more than happy to be sending fucking barrels and copper and lead and saltpeter and charcoal over to those Brits. I am happy to. Brits, Irish, glad to. Happy to do it. You've already got your own, filament, so you can take care of the rest. But we'll send you what you need. Anyway, reading from the report here from the UK Statistics Authority. This is a letter from Robert Jenrick to Sir Robert Choate regarding the asylum backlog statistics, and I quote: "We are taking urgent action to accelerate decision making and speed up processing times. We are simplifying and modernizing our systems, including introducing shorter, more focused interviews, making guidance more accessible, dealing with cases more swiftly where they can be certified as manifestly unfounded, recruiting extra decision makers, and allocating dedicated resources for specific nationalities." Good job, Robert Jenrick. The blood is on your fucking hands. Quite literally. Quite literally. It was his call for things to go through like this. And they did. And here we are.
Yep.
Well,
yeah, it's
so
terrible.
Scotland.
here's what
Yes.
I'll offer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if I would go with reform as the sane option, right? I'm not saying they're not sane. I'm just saying that they're extreme in a comparison. But in line with what I've said earlier, my perspective was the woke were not real. To you guys proving that they were. To, hey, I actually care about what I get called and my reputation to the point where I just don't anymore. Reform is at that same point. They're at that same level. I am very concerned, and I think everybody should be very concerned about what comes after them.
Oh,
In the
indeed.
United States, the question is going to be what comes after the disenfranchised millennials who have decided that racism doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a scary
Generation
fucking
Alpha
political party.
does not give a fuck
Yeah.
about being called racist. Not one fuck. They're like, is that all you got? Oh, I'm a Nazi? All right, fine. I'm a Nazi. What now?
Yep.
What are you going to do
I'm gonna
about
tell
it?
you the
Like,
number of times you get told
again-
that doesn't matter anymore.
Again, I started with this whole thing with that, a lot of science traded its credibility during the COVID crisis.
Oh my
they
God,
they
we
traded their
talked for
credibility
so
during the
many
climate
hours
crisis.
about that.
The
How
BLM
much-
stuff, the social justice folks, they traded their credibility with things like George Floyd, and now we have Carmelo Anthony.
They sold their fucking clout
And-
for pennies on the dollar, man.
They sold, yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. They sold it for pennies on the dollar, and now because
Yeah,
they
you can't
they
grab
sold that clout, it's like, well, whatever. I don't fucking care.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh, this,
Because
oh,
if this is
really, Chicken Little,
racist-
the sky's falling, is it?
Yep. And that is I think that should be considered the scarier thing to everybody.
I got
Yeah,
I
God
got a
forbid
meme
they
for you.
actually have something worthwhile to say. Right?
So Steve, I have a meme for you that will sum up a sentiment that is currently going around, which is stupid as fuck.
Yeah?
I think you'll like this one.
Go on.
One of those button click memes.
All right.
It's in Snapchat.
Okay, what are... Oh, I thought it was going to be one or the other. If you push this button,
No,
every
no.
immigrant will instantly vanish, but your national soccer team will never win again. Oh, America.
Oh my God! Stop! Click! 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 Click!
Yeah. Soccer. But anyway, as I said, Steve, I've actually got some good news out of Scotland for you. Something that we've covered in the past. I've got an update for you. If you'll remember the young lady and her even younger friend that were accosted by the, I think they were Albanians. No, either way, the guys from out of country that tried to pick up, I believe it was a 12-year-old girl, and then the one girl was like pulled out the knife and the hatchet and said no, and of course we had all the very numerous and voluminous narratives about this little girl. She's a member of a gang. She's carrying around these weapons to intimidate people. Well, anyway, she's been fully vindicated. The dude has absolutely...
Oh yeah, the sword, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, just the machete and the axe, yeah.
So, as the trial
That
goes,
poor little girl.
found guilty of assault, along with his sister as well, the woman who was doing the filming in the initial place.
Yeah.
So it was him and his sister
Yeah.
accosting these fucking little girls, and one of them's like,
Like what, 12 and 9?
no. I think she was like 14 and the younger girl was like 12.
That's what
I think.
That's what it is.
Let me see
Because
what's
I remember her saying she's a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah, it was 12, and then Belov pushed the 12-year-old girl, who told the court she hit her head on a metal handrail. Oh shit! Really? Wow, damn. Okay, so 13 and 12. So he pushed the younger girl, and she apparently fell to the ground, hit her head on a handrail, and that was so she was 12 at the time, and she's the one who pulled out the axe and the knife, and the other girl was even younger, so it might have been like 9 or 10.
Okay.
Man, what a
All right.
ridiculous story. But yes, found guilty of assault, and his sister as well. I don't have the oh, perfect. I've got the Irish News article right here, so let me see if it's got the sentencing by chance. 12 and 14, okay, were the girls at the time, or as of now. So I guess if she's 13 and 11, I guess. All right, so let's see. She said his words made her feel, quote, dead angry. I should hope so. And then he called his sister, who arrived and literally attacked the young girl. So, let's see. What's the final case here? For a number of reasons, I find your evidence to be wholly unconvincing and self-serving, said the judge. Good. It is, as was suggested by the prosecution, a revisionist or excuse. It is a curious set of circumstances that have been alerted to a girl in possession of a knife. Having pushed the person in possession of the knife to the ground, you turn your back upon her. It's not for me to speculate, but common sense would suggest that if someone had a knife to you, you'd pay particular attention to the individual. Yeah, you'd think so. So we got any, okay, so the sentencing hasn't occurred yet. We're waiting for that on August 5th. But found guilty, so Crown Courts have found the guy guilty, and his sister, excellent, as well they should have. Behaving in a threatening or abusive manner towards the 4 girls. Okay, so we will review this later once there is more info, but yes, thank goodness, a good result actually out of that one.
Well, I want to offer. I don't want to end with it calling it a good result. Like it is, and it isn't, because
it should never come
fundamentally
up in the first place. It shouldn't be such a thing as that. But yeah,
this plus Henry Nowak,
Yeah.
is a perfect demonstration. Like these two events back to back, which they are fundamentally back to back, demonstrate that there is a bias in policing, and that's a really dangerous situation for all of civilization.
Here's the thing. It's
Policing-
not just that. It's
policing-
not just these things. It's a documented bias via their own
Right.
documents.
Right. Yeah. Then them having to come out and admit that, yeah, we sat there and we shot our shot and we were wrong twice in these two things. One resulted in a death, which is absolutely the worst case scenario for a government related entity.
The other one was close enough.
The second was very close, going after a 12-year-old child. Right.
Exactly.
These are very bad things. These are very bad things. Like, the government's going to get things wrong. That's 100% true. But this is indicative of the government taking a position that is... This is an indicator of government bias. They're taking a position which is not justified based on the facts.
well, not only that too. In addition, after these events have occurred in Belfast just in the past few days, the First Minister of Northern Ireland has made a point of meeting with heads of minority groups specifically to tackle racism. And I just going to quote her here. Everybody else who is brown or black isn't to blame for what happened on Monday night. Well, yes, you dumb bitch, but what the fuck do you think they all look like?
What's good? See, the sad part here, and this is a sad part, legitimately, whether it's in the favor of me as an individual or not. I apologize. I've been drinking a lot. I got hiccups.
I noticed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of annoying.
No worries. Us internet folk are familiar with drinkers getting hiccups.
Oh,
Yep.
Come on. Why do you bring that shit up?
This is, well, I have not drunk for like about a month.
Oh, well,
I've
then you're having a
empty
proper
calories.
good time. Well, that's good. I mean, it's not like you're doing a bunch of pills or anything, so you're good.
No. But
Craig.
Sorry. This is really annoying.
Oh, hey, how about this? Get like a glass of water to get rid of them. You can make your point. I'd much rather you do that without the frustration. That's all.
Yeah, no.
None of them are. Nothing is inherently effective with hiccups.
You're good, man.
Unfortunately.
So, what you saying? If you got to pause, you got to pause. It's cool. I understand.
Yep. So the bottom line is that what we have here is evidence that the government chose to act against its own citizenry. It did not thoroughly investigate things in either case before making claims. In one case, they directly caused the death of an individual citizen, which is essentially like that's double. Not only did it cause the death of a citizen, it caused the death of an innocent citizen. And that's basically the entire premise as to why government exists.
Yeah.
So, that's the Henry Nowak situation. In the case of the 12-year-old girl, we really only have a handful of social prerogatives. And that is to protect women and protect children. And, we can argue about the values of feminism here or there. But really, any government that is not protecting women and that is not protecting children is a government that's not worth having and deserves to be replaced. And in this case, they decided to side with a sexual abuser instead of a female child. I'm not saying that you should believe all women. We've learned numerous times over the past decade or so that women will absolutely lie for social status.
Sadly.
But that wasn't the case with this girl. She gained nothing from this. And they decided to pass a judgment before they had thoroughly investigated. And after they thoroughly investigated, they had to revise their position. And they didn't revise their position for 2 years later. God bless the UK, because they're about to end up straight in the fucking toilet.
You'd think in a place like the UK, after the whole Rotherham revelation, and then finding out it wasn't just the one town, but it was a bunch of others, like, they'd start to listen to little girls who say things like, "Oh God, he raped me," or "Hey, that crazy immigrant guy and his sister were filming us as he was trying to go after my sister." Like that kind of shit. With the way that they let people on an industrial scale fuck up young British girls.
And well, on that point, let me read off a list of everything that happened in the last week. Just the last week. Of course, I'll go over what we've just discussed. Obviously, we've got the beheading of the Sudanese guy in Belfast. Obviously, the fucking match into the powder keg. We've got Henry Nowak. Again, within the last week, we have the children in Scotland. Just told you about that one, where we actually got some real justice from that. Thank fuck. We found out that an 18-year-old was raped by some Pakistani asylum seeker. We also find we get a legal decision that an Iraqi, again, thank fuck, is getting some justice, not enough, but some, is getting 6 years in jail for rape. Another Iraqi is found of 8 counts of rape and grooming with children, preteen children, and that his Iranian friend, who was an illegal that was skipping Iranian bail, can't be found. And then, just yesterday, the fucking video of the girl getting stabbed in the fucking neck in Burnley by another, of course, illegal fucking boat crosser from the fucking channel. The UK is in such a fucking state. It's atrocious. Well, the cops are getting attacked, which, fair. In this case, though.
So I'll offer as an addition for folks who aren't necessarily as familiar with Amazon's streaming platform. They have an excellent show, which is Clarkson's Farm. Jeremy Clarkson,
yes,
fan of Grand Tour. He does a whole farming show, and he really digs into. The first season is great for like straight agriculture, but he is effectively a hobby farmist.
Oh, and he's learned how things actually are as he's become.
He's learned how things actually are. He was already conservative, right? He was not starting from a liberal and coming all the way over, but he has learned how things actually are, and he displays how things actually are. So if you haven't seen Clarkson's Farm, start from season 1, go all the way through, understand the challenges that are presented in the UK, and it is an insightful perspective into how everything is run. But it is kind of amazing how fucked up the UK is overall.
It's breathtaking, really. Like, things are so far gone that you wouldn't even think so. It's comical, cartoonish supervillainy in its comicality, I guess. But to spell it all out, you might as well be writing a fucking fiction novel. It's like, this is all too crazy and can't be real. And sadly, every single fucking story. I mean, Rupert Lowe's about to release the final fucking rape report, the rape gang report, and the last release was fucking horrifying. Like, shit from.
So this is where you go back and look at history and say things look cartoonishly bad back then too. How could that have happened? This is how.
Are.
And if history doesn't repeat, then it rhymes, and you're doomed to be sucked into the same spirals if you learn nothing from it. So, but you're going to see it. So this is the same thing where right now we have every woke retard that's still on the internet absolutely denying that cancel culture was a thing. Why is that? Because it makes them look like shit, and it probably makes them feel like shit because it's happening to them. They want to make it so that you, a person who might call up their job for the dumb shit they're doing to suppress you, they want to make you look like the one who is doing everything evil out of a vacuum and take no responsibility for or accountability for what happened in the past. And that is the purpose of history, beyond learning about where you were from, is to not repeat the bad parts and to do better on the good parts. So, memory holing shit like this that we're going through right now is absolutely going to be attempted.
Well, I mean, we're already seeing a lot of that with people that are like, and comment on it. Well, what we've reported on specifically throughout this period, we're seeing a lot of people that are like, "Oh no, nobody was trying to cancel anybody. No, birthing people. No, nobody ever said that."
Yes,
that one, and that's why I mentioned that one specifically, because we're seeing that specific one.
Front holders and birthing people were denied as well. Yes.
Yeah, it's not like the fucking Biden administration literally sent down fucking paperwork from on high that we're going to start using this terminology. Oh, except for that, literally is exactly what happened.
Look, you front hole having chest feeding person who had baby. You need to figure out whether or not you have a prostate.
And speaking of things that we have spoken directly on, how about we just drop some hard evidence that's finally come out from the top? Again, black site biolabs. Not just in Ukraine, in 30 total countries, including Ukraine, more than 120.
Yeah.
Told you. Now, what we told you at the time was, what I dug into specifically, Craig obviously going into the legitimate side of things, myself leaning into a little bit more of the gray areas. Very legitimate gray areas, mind, but that's dual-use technologies. The things that can do this, but they also can do that, and that is a weapon. Whereas this is useful. But it can do
Well,
both.
so we talked about this stuff with the way that EcoHealth Alliance was funding Wuhan Institute of Virology before.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, we did.
And that the specific reason to not to deny funding from U.S. programs for a place like Wuhan Institute of Virology is not just that there is a potential for dual use, but there is the intentional
Oh yeah, no, it's
purposing of it, so that
yeah,
the
it's
Chinese
shaded
military
in
specifically
dual use,
replicates.
basically.
The Chinese military specifically replicates what is done inside the labs for the purpose of dual use.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And now?
And that is something that we are not really unfamiliar with over here in the United States, mind you.
True.
And this is actually to the credit of Steve's argument at the time, which was we should be the ones doing it if it's going to happen at all. Which, yeah, I get that, and we all wish we could put the nuclear bomb back in the bottle, but the genie's out.
Is it though?
Yeah, kind of.
We dropped 2 of them, I think so.
Well, depending on how up to date you are.
I think a bunch of dead fascist Japanese people.
And Catholic
A bunch
Japanese.
of dead Japanese
but,
could attest. A bunch of dead Japanese women and children can attest to the efficacy of a half-kiloton nuclear weapon, let alone us having many megaton thermonuclear weapons.
And much smaller weapons, too, such as might be used on a grain silo. But anyway, beyond that, we do now have... Yes, that was. But anyway, all the evidence is there. We've got... Whatever.
Oh, come on.
And it is, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, of course, technology is going to advance, obviously, because you got black site labs doing the science on this shit. But yeah, so here we go. What we've got now is that not only do we have the confirmation of what we talked about, but it extends to multiple labs across the globe, which should surprise no one. But this opens it up to
30 is impressive.
Yeah, so 120 biolabs, well, more than 120, at least 120, which that's...
Well, consider back in the 80s we had a bunch of nuclear labs across the country, some of which had some very, very interesting accidents happen that had to be cleaned up. And actually, so I would recommend watching Kyle Hill's his work with not just his nuclear activism, because it's all been very positive and impactful, but also his recollection, his retelling of stories from our history with nuclear research.
All right.
So,
well, let me grab. I'll go ahead and grab the DNI, like the actual link to the DNI files, and put that in there.
I see someone like Kyle Hill being able to do something of a similar nature with the rise in advance.
I'll throw the DNI link too into staff chat, so you guys can actually look over the specific files if you want to.
All right, slides.
Now this is again, this is just the earliest, but it's something. So we got about 4 pages of stuff. Which
archive.
So
right.
Okay, so yeah, we've got things well beyond. We've got anthrax, tularemia, tuberculosis, swine fever, Newcastle's disease, MERS, SARS, Marburg, Ebola, Lassa, plague, rickettsia, and more. So interesting, very interesting.
Well, rickets, so here's the thing: is several of these pathogens are already held in many labs and studied in many labs.
Sure.
Specifically, as not like as platforms for for weaponization, but specifically as platforms for study of weaknesses in human immunopathology. Like we want to be able to figure out how it is that these diseases cause disease. These pathogens cause disease, and how we can turn off those mechanisms in a way that prevents the disease from manifesting without, killing the host. So if it is optional that we can get rid of this, or is it required that it's there? And is there a way we can just attack the disease vector? What is it that makes this a disease? How do we combat it? What is it about the
well, no.
virus itself that gives it that structure, et cetera, et cetera?
Genuine science. I get that.
Genuine
but
science.
The reason I mention this is that this
that's
specifically does go into the gain of function research on these already dangerous synthetic.
The purpose for their presence
pathogens
in these labs is legitimate. That's the point I'm getting to.
Well, dual
and
use.
The part where you're coming in is there's the dual use. Yes.
And this confirms that, basically. It confirms that they were not purely defensive.
They were just studying disease for the sake of...
this wasn't just science. This was weapons. And now we know, which, knowing is half the battle.
We didn't just study nukes in the U.S. for making reactors.
Yeah, I mean, as cool as reactors are, yeah. And by that same point...
In fact, it was pretty obvious after the fact. Like, everyone talks about the Manhattan Project now, but the disclosure of it didn't happen until well after World War II. Like, way after World War II.
Oh, true.
So, like, it's actually really interesting that we're getting this disclosure so soon after COVID.
Well,
not saying that we designed it or anything. I'm just saying, like, that parallel, similar research is being conducted by us.
Just a real quick for anybody that's tuned in recently and hasn't been here since the early days. The long and short of things, I can just break it down for you. COVID started as SARS. The whole thing over in was it first in Saudi Arabia? I feel like it was.
You're talking about MERS. SARS. Oh, actually, no. SARS and MERS came out of the Middle East pretty much.
But SARS.
No, SARS was also China.
No, it wasn't the Chinese strain. It was the one that flared up in. It was somewhere around there.
The one that flared up in the mid 20-teens, early 20-teens. That was MERS. Or that was early 2000s too. Or sorry, late 2000s, early 20-teens. That was
it
MERS.
wasn't that. It was the SARS one that was in some desert place. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Before that was let's see, there was another one.
But it was the SARS flared up, and it was that strain of SARS that was
the ME in MERS. The ME in MERS is from Middle East. So just take that as it is.
Right. Well, the MERS one was first, and then the SARS. Then the SARS might have actually been a mutation or evolution of that.
It went in sequence of time: SARS, MERS, COVID.
But it was the SARS itself. So it was SARS first. Well, anyway, the important thing is it was that strain of SARS that was taken and isolated, like so many dangerous pathogens are, so that we can study them and make sure we're prepared to deal with them. In this case, though, it was fiddled with, as we now have proof of, but which we reported on years ago that was done. So it was fiddled with in many and various American labs and international fucking star geneticists and such. Well, I shouldn't say many and various. A couple of people had their hands in it, made it into the chimeric monster that
the
was.
Thing that the connection that is landing here at the end is basically that is at the very last footnote. The U.S. paid Ukrainian scientists to study the genome of highly pathogenic avian flu and other highly infectious diseases, or highly infectious viruses, in biocontainment labs, which were also paid for by the U.S. government.
Well, and
which,
actually,
again,
I'd like to hit that point, too. So give me one second. I want to circle back to it, because it ties into something we talked about before.
Just giving you the landing point.
Oh, yeah, actually, and we'll kind of go from there, too. But we have, so it's fiddled with here in the States. It gets to Canada. The way is not particularly clear. We just know it's done by way of Ralph Barrick, EcoHealth Alliance, and connections there. I believe the official story is that it was stolen and then showed up in Canadian labs.
The official story for the samples showing up in Canada is that it was stolen. The claim originally was Chinese nationals, which I'm inclined to believe, but if there's others who are involved, whatever.
Well, like I said, it went through back channels that were already established on things, but the official
we
story.
saw a way that this happened already with grad students fucking up with trying to enter the United States with pathogens.
Which we reported on just a few weeks ago.
Exactly.
But, so thank you for backing me up on that. I thought that's what it was. So perfect. So it made its way to Canada, wherein it was fucked with further, and again was stolen, cough cough, off to Wuhan, where it was fucked with again further, and then we all know what happened from there, which, by the way, if you don't, here you go. There was a death cult in, Christian death cult, just so you know, out of South Korea that had a number of individuals in the Wuhan labs that were not, to be entirely fair, the initial spreader of the thing. It appears that the initial spread came from the military games that were in Wuhan right at the end of 2019 into 2020. Because there were a number of reports of, man, I've got this weird flu. And, of course, all the symptoms.
You know what the worst part would be is if it was initially an attempt to use a deactivated virus to give them immunity to something.
That
and I know that's a far-fetched possibility, but, like, could you imagine, like, they specifically engineer it to give these profiles for, you know, the immune system to latch onto.
Oh yeah, I could see the Chi-Coms doing that shit too. I could
they
absolutely
just
see them
fuck
doing
up deactivating it with radiation, and some of it gets through somehow. Like how fucking
wouldn't
man,
surprise
if
me.
you're that Chinese general, the egg on your face, right?
Wouldn't surprise me a damn bit. And then even further still, because as we go, it gets worse. So that is legitimately, that's where it first gets out. And that would have been quite containable if anybody had bothered to try.
That would have required admitting a mistake.
Right, and good luck. Good fucking luck. So it gets out initially there, pretty containable, probably not going to go crazy, but then it starts spreading a bit about Wuhan, and at that point the death cult sends some of their people in specifically to make sure they've caught it. And then they send those people to the world hubs. They sent people to Tel Aviv. They sent people to... I think they tried to...
Well, there's, of course, the issue of Wuhan and the quarantine being announced.
No, we're not even there yet.
And going to northern Italy.
Well, we're not there yet, because I'm trying to do the timeline in as best...
All right, yeah, I cut on, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. But no, you're absolutely right. So we have the death cult that immediately they know what's up, and they're like, we're gonna fucking die for this. And it ends up they just have a shitty flu. But we'll get to that too, because depending on your A2 receptors and the earliness of the strain. Anyway, so they go to some of the world hubs. I think they went to Rome. I believe they went to Milan. I think they went to obviously South Korea, and Los Angeles and Chicago, London, I want to say Brussels, and a couple of the other world hubs. They basically sent their top people around knowing that they were sick with the goal of ending the world. And luckily, it was only incredibly deadly and active, apparently, because we don't have the real data, we only have tertiary data. But it would appear that the initial strain that got out was incredibly deadly to those with A2 receptors, and that would be the Asiatics, specifically the Han Chinese, which, if we're to believe some of the climate data that came out at the time, and some of the cell phone data, many millions of Han Chinese died.
You know, it's interesting with that, because you've seen recently the kind of meme argument that China only has 400 million to 800 million people living in it.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting thing, isn't it?
And I remember going through the cell phone data with you back when it was being looked at from the Chinese telecoms, and the strangeness with which
many million cell phones suddenly.
Well, not to mention the fact that it would make a tremendous amount of sense as to why China pursued such a hard lockdown policy as compared to the United States or literally anybody else.
Yeah, they were the only ones that were serious. Internally, mind, because the other point there that Craig was making is that externally, oh, you're leaving China? Well, have a good trip.
Yeah, so they announced the quarantine like 13, 14 days ahead of when it was going to happen, and didn't restrict anybody leaving the country. So 5 million people from Wuhan who normally work in northern Italy all went to northern Italy. And what happened in Italy? What was their big campaign? The Hug a Chinese campaign. I fucking wish that was a made-up thing.
Yeah.
But no, it was a serious thing. It was, the China, in direct response to Trump calling it the China virus, they had the Hug a Chinese campaign.
I remember Nancy Pelosi going down to fucking Chinatown.
Yeah, in New York State.
Oh,
That was the fucking funniest shit. It's like where she's guaranteed to have at least some protection against this issue. She goes to fucking Chinatown in New York City.
Indeed.
So,
And then, of
like,
course,
you know what, lady? Go to northern Italy. Go to fucking, well, hell, anywhere in Italy. Go to Milan and hug a Chinese.
Yeah.
So convinced of this. She was willing to go all the way to fucking Taiwan just to fuck with Trump. Why not go to Milan, Italy? Go to Florence. Go somewhere where there's going to be a few extra Chinese people hanging around.
And also, funny you mentioned that though, but as we reported at the time, Taiwan went locked down, and they did pretty good.
Well,
they
that was
did
where semiconductors
really
are
well.
made for us, so they clamped that place.
But
that was a national security issue where we have invested so well in TMSC, which I'm hoping is going to become like USSC sometime really soon. They listened to us when we said
I think
stop.
the bigger indicator is how much of a lockdown China endured, because they went for COVID zero policy. They went harder than anybody else. Like we in the U.S. we turned around and said, "Hey, this is really, really bad."
Oh yeah, people welded
but
into their
homes. But as bad as you think, in the worst of the states in the United States, China went harder than anyone else.
Well,
they
China
were all
went
stuck in
straight
their homes.
apocalypse
That was
mode.
the videos. That was the videos of them shouting "pour oil" from the apartment buildings.
Yeah,
in the big cities. So
China could literally be in a circumstance. There is reasonable suspicion that their claim numbers, that their population is like half of what it was, which would be a huge, massive die-off, and it's entirely possible
it could be
COVID legitimately caused that.
That is a very real possibility. I mean, it might not be a half, but they suffered great losses. And, well, they're not going to put that data out, so we just aren't going to know until the party falls, and, well, they may not. But bringing it back around, it quickly, well, relatively quickly, became fairly tame, especially in Europoid types. And
well, that follows from the typical path of
well, it does. But if you'll remember when we reported on the Delta strain, how very particularly mild it was, and
no,
how
Delta was bad.
Well,
that's the other way around.
What was the one that we were reporting on? Was it Omicron?
So Epsilon was expected to be bad, and it was milder than anticipated. And that also became the dominant strain from which further strains
I thought Delta
derived.
was the one that did that. Well, either way,
Delta was the uptick in harm.
Okay, well, okay.
And I got that one, and that one hurt like a fucking train.
Yeah, because there was the one. Oh yeah. Well, well, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I got Delta and Epsilon. I gotta tell you, Epsilon was the one that was nicer.
Yeah, I just can't remember, so I'm not even going to try to correct you. But either way, we're just splitting hairs on terminology. If you really want, you can look it up. They're all out there. If one or the other of us is wrong, it doesn't matter. You know where to start looking, at Delta. But the new strain came out, and it was particularly mild compared to every given strain before, and also particularly effective and infective.
Boys, I appreciate the conversation, but I actually have to bail.
Oh, no, understandable. You got family stuff to do.
No worries.
It's been a pleasure talking with you. You be well. Make sure
have a good evening.
The wife and the kid are well, and we wish you all the best, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a bit sick tonight, so I have to go to bed.
Understood.
Well,
Understood.
You go ahead and have yourself a fantastic night, then.
Yeah, I was sick last week, and so they're all catching it this week. It's good times.
Oh.
Families are wonderful. Caring is sharing, ladies and gentlemen. Caring is sharing.
Absolutely. Remember, take baking soda and make sure the rest of your family is too.
Indeed. Have a good night, boys.
Night, man.
Night.
So, Yeah, back to the strain that showed up that we were reporting on being, so much more infective and so much milder. And I posited at the time, based on where it had appeared, perhaps this came from a Ukrainian black site lab. Wah, wah. Maybe it did.
Well, now I'm going to say we need evidence that that's actually the case.
Well, no, that was entirely conjecture on my part, just based on the knowledge that there were the black site labs there. But man,
this is just dotting the I's and crossing the T's here. That's all.
But it could be.
The fact is that it is entirely plausible.
I mean, it's not even like a less greater than zero chance. It's like that's actually a very reasonable possibility.
Now, here's the thing:
which is wild.
It's plausible. Here's the plausibility scenario that I would give you. The one that would be like a more likely than not, and it would be stupid, but it'd be kind of funny. So we talked about this recently too. So Lissa virus or rabies was a big thing when we were younger, and the way they got rid of that was by inoculating large parts of the population with vaccines in frozen chicken heads. So a lot of coyotes in England and the United States and parts of Brazil and mainland Europe were confused at the large quantities of dead chicken parts raining down around them that they were able to quickly scarf up that had deactivated cultures of Lissa virus that were able to give them all vaccination against it. This is why rabies is so much less feared these days. And there's even so recently as a day ago, there's a scare within those close to me involving a dog, a dog bite. And
Ooh.
So the thing is, like I said before, my upbringing was, fear the animals that come and bite you because of fucking rabies. Because there was an attempted hospital visit, and the security guards basically said, like, that's not an emergency. That's an emergency. Go home. It's like it broke skin. There was blood. That's rabies territory. That's what my brain jumps to. Is a dog bite is rabies. Thankfully, the region where this person is, that hasn't been an issue since like 2007. We're like 20 years out from effectively eradicating the issue in what would otherwise be the hotbed spreading population of rabies. Like dogs, especially wild street dogs, are typically a heavy reservoir population for rabies. Turns out, not a problem anymore. It just blew my mind. Especially given the recency with which we talked about that. Like for that to be an issue that came up again in my personal life, like that just, the scientist in me intrigued there, but that really fucking blew my mind. So anyway, going back to the Ukrainian lab and the other potential possibilities there, how odd it would be for an attempt to eliminate. So we've talked about evolutionary pressures. One of them is being crowded out. And we also talked about this one specifically, especially in regard to these kind of viruses and vaccination and vaccine direction of viral pathology. The possibility for a virus that causes milder disease and spreads far more easily.
Oh yeah, no, it's entirely reasonable.
To rise up in population is that's the natural course because that is what gives it dominance.
Well, and I remember us having this very conversation at the time, which is so illustrative, and exactly what you say. And that was the interesting point about it too, is that this does happen over time.
It happens. It happens naturally over time.
But what we noticed with this new strain is just this was like 10 generations worth of that happening. Which
so that's
was
the thing. That's the reason I bring up all the background with Lissa virus and so on. Is that not only is it a possibility, not only is it plausible. This is the part where I was bringing up the plausibility aspect of it. It's not just that it's plausible for it to happen from a theoretical
this is
standpoint.
The process, basically.
We have literally done the process of inoculation at mass scale in a relatively short period of time that has had lasting impact vis-a-vis vaccination of wildlife with the Lissa virus. So the possibility of widespread inoculation
with a virus that is much milder but has enough of a pressure for co-infection to be a non-issue. And by the way, there's actually very recently, just happens to be on the topic, there is a video by I'd have to go find it, but there's a good video by an animator, Phi the Neutrophil, I think that's his name. So his character in his show is that of a neutrophil, so a cell in your immune response. So anyway, Phi the Neutrophil and Clockwork, two very good YouTube channels to look at. They came together and did a video about co-infection of viruses, and so this is one of those things that comes to mind. So it's not just that you get infected by one type, and maybe that crowds out the other type just by making you not a targetable person. The how of it is that the immune response, so the interferon release we talked about for the muscle and joint pain, etc., making you feel kind of run down, that specifically would prevent further infection by the other viruses out there. And that's where your plausibility comes in. It's not just that they can infect a lot of people very quickly and easily. It's that the infection itself also crowds out the other virus from being able to infect you. It's not just a population number thing. It is literally a target number.
Well, to put it in
take out a population,
to put that in a little bit more layman's terms is basically to say, if you get the later upgrade, you may not be protected from the old versions, but the recent versions you're pretty well protected from, basically.
Well, the important thing is you're protected from all versions while you're sick, because that's when the interferon release is happening, and that prevents additional infections. That's why you didn't get like 3 different strains. That's why if you get influenza, it's harder to get the cold. Or more importantly, this one is the one that they talk about in the video, which I think is interesting. The one by Phi the Neutrophil and Clockwork. It's shown, this is stuff that's obvious, but it's like it's shown clinically and with a published paper, so published science paper. Rhinovirus protects against infection from influenza, and it is via the stimulation of interferon release. But that's a classic co-infection prevention measure, because it does literally interfere with the ability to infect. And during that time where it has a difficult time getting into a cell to start up an infection, that's when the rest of the immune system, which is already kind of spurred up, gets to the point where you can get that innate humoral resistance. You produce the antibodies to get rid of it before it has a chance to get a foothold. So it's not just that you don't get infected; you also have a chance to become immune to the other virus.
Yeah.
So while that's not as big a part of it, because small infections produce small humoral resistances, we're talking about the populations game inside your lymph nodes, among your B cells. So it's a mild immunity to a virus that didn't get the chance to infect you, but it does exist.
And since we're on the topic, I've got a really good post here. I'll just read it out for everybody. It's I believe this guy is Irish. Anyway, he's got some excellent advice here to protect yourself from COVID. I'll just read it verbatim for you because it's all very pertinent advice. Yeah, to protect yourself from COVID, I advise my Irish brothers to wear a mask, use decentralized encrypted mesh networks like BitChat to communicate over short distances, like a crowd or a city block. Avoid transmitting sensitive data over apps like Telegram or Signal because the GCHQ can read that. For sensitive information, old school is cool. Good old-fashioned sneaker net, which is just walking around. Physically walking with an SD card or note. Scout your routes and meeting spots in advance. Compartmentalize. Only share what other person needs to know. Loose lips sink ships. Learn basic counter surveillance. Vary your routine. Use public transport creatively. Watch for tails. Don't carry your cell phone with you on an op. Most importantly, have fun. And those are all very, very good, important things for the British as well as the Irish to remember to avoid COVID. Those will help keep you safe. So keep that all in mind. Of course,
guys and your silly things.
I'm just reading off
of silly
from
ways
this,
across the pond and your ways of preventing COVID.
I'm just trying to be helpful, Greg. You know, just reaching out to our friends over there, and also.
I do wonder how many of them listen to us, because that is.
We actually do have a little bit of a British audience and French
I was
of all
going to
things.
say that's not something that I am
wild.
privy to.
No, we've got a little bit of French and a tiny bit of French and a little bit of British. Interestingly, and so also to those of you in, of course, France as well, but Britain specifically right now, would advise you to invest in a VPN. They're good to have. They can allow you to look at things on Netflix that aren't available to you in your home areas, or things on YouTube that you'd just like to watch.
Warning. I come bearing warning for our friends across the pond. VPNs may quickly become ineffective, and
that's
true.
They are working to undermine those directly right now.
And
legally,
that's the problem. And they will have no recourse but to deny you access to their products, lest they be canceled completely.
Yeah.
But more importantly, the ISPs over there, much as any other ISP is forced to by local governance, they are already a man-in-the-middle attack on anything such as a secured website, so HTTPS, etc. That is not a protection, but more importantly, should you be using a VPN, and they will be able to tell that you can tell whether or not someone's using a VPN from the ISP level. That is something that can be told. So the VPN will not protect you from ISP level recognition of your actions, your activities. So if you're using a VPN after they make it illegal to use a VPN, they can and will come and find you. You need to rely on different forms of encryption and other types of exiting of your local network. So my recommendation there would be something like Tor, or the how's it called? The I something.
I don't know which one, but I do know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, anyway, I would recommend using Tor, and also AltNix or AltDNS.
Oh,
so AltDNS will not protect your traffic, but it will protect, depending on the AltDNS you use, it will protect you from redirects that are enforced locally on the ISPs. So this is one of the things that DNS security, DNSSEC, is supposed to prevent, but it doesn't right now. The spec is approved, but the implementation is country dependent, and that's a problem. So in the United States, DNSSEC is fully implemented, which is great. So it prevents redirection. If you request a website, they can't just give you some random IP address to a government tracker.
Perfect.
The UK is not one of those.
I found it. Okay, great. So if let's just say that you can access something on the ClearNet, and you are in a place where you feel comfortable doing so, you can go to control-pew.net, and that is, or sorry, no dash, sorry, control.ctrlpew.com, and get the guide there, as well as the free downloadables. Yes. You'll find those incredibly helpful, perhaps in battling COVID.
I thought you said
Who knows?
Q like the letter.
No. I
was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, Control Pew. We're
Control Q, yes.
We're not talking about drops, only file drops. Oh, jeez.
Right.
But definitely go there, check out the guide. But if you think that you're in a situation where you might not want to do something like that, what you can also do is you can just go to Rumble, and I'll include a link to Rumble down below.
Rumble,
you can go to Rumble and look up the Control Pew videos, and maybe you might find some other things that can be downloaded there in addition. Who could say?
So, Evan, if they go to the Odyssey channel, that is where a lot of the files are hosted.
Oh, it's the Odyssey Control Pew, not the Rumble?
The Odyssey Control Pew, I believe it is the Odyssey Control Pew.
Okay, well, let me just double
check.
Among
videos, mind you, there are videos. But among them, And correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm pretty
Oh, no,
sure.
I'll look right
because
now.
I got the catalog. I went ahead and downloaded the Control P version of the catalog.
Nope, you are right. You are right. Absolutely. No, you're correct there, sir. So what you'll want to do is to get the best videos, cough, from Control Q. The best place to get the videos is on Odyssey. So odyssee.com. Also, the place where you need to be to watch us live. So you should be on there anyway.
Indeed.
But yes, you can go to odyssey.com /@ CTRLPEW /0, and that'll take you directly there. Of course, there will be a link below so that you can get to that very easily and watch the best videos that are available for them. Of course, also, like I said,
you can even look up the most offensive videos on the internet.
you can. Offensive.
I have a backup channel for those guys.
Yeah, offensive, defensive, what have you. Just all the best things.
You know, if a plastic utensil does not happen to get your local constable to balk, then maybe hearing every epithet in the book will do exactly that.
Nah, you never know. You never know. But I'd say that covers some of the really important data.
Actually, you know what? That we know what that'll do is if you are trying to get the police to come to your residence because you have just been attacked by a migrant, and they happen to not want to show up because why would they do such a thing? You could play one of these videos, and without even having to call them, they'd probably show up. Take care of your medical needs in the prison.
You know, yeah, it could be. Could be a good way to not have to worry about a number of things. Although that said, I hear that if you're not of the Islamic faith, that British prisons can be complicated. Oh, speaking of complicated, we should probably talk about the man, the myth, of the legend, Mr. Metcalf, whom I have spoken poorly of in the past, quite honestly. But it would appear that I no longer have call to speak poorly of him, because he has learned the way that the world is, and is no longer speaking as though the Department of Justice department that no longer exists still exists. So
he has learned about the Department of Justice.
Mm-hmm. And I do believe, because at the time that it happened, I think that particular branch was still open, and I believe they had a chat, because he was anyway, that's neither here nor there. The past is the past, and what has happened in the past since then is absolutely fucking horrible, completely fucking barbaric. So
this is a man who tried to offer an olive leaf.
Oh yeah. 6 times he's been swatted. Twice his wife has been swatted. They haven't even been able to speak on this because of the gag order.
Exactly.
He tried to go and speak.
He tried to seek God with them to exchange.
He tried to go to the fucking Anthony family, and he was chased out. Literally chased out and berated at the time.
Yeah, they Black Lives Mattered him. And that's tough.
And
he learned that apparently Black Lives matter more than his son's life.
And that's what he's learned. At least to the people that are
more
Karmelo
importantly,
supporters.
The living Black Lives matter more than his dead son's life.
They do, and the depths of depravity to which they will sink to prove that they value their own lives more than this kid is pretty upsetting. Let's be real.
Yeah, so he had words for Mr. Anthony.
He did, and by golly, they're tamer than about anything we've ever said.
I was actually quite impressed with his reservation.
Yeah,
but
his
he
restraint
also did not deserve everything.
No, so what he did is this guy's been put through hell. Probably quite literally. I mean, as a father, I don't know if I could imagine. I legitimately don't think I can comprehend
I would not have been
a more hellish experience than to have your child die, and then to try and offer forgiveness. And to have your face spit in, wow. That's a whole nother level. That's just...
I mean, these are people who buried their kid, and then they've gotten nonstop torment for the trouble thereafter.
And now that the verdict is in, it's gotten worse, and continues.
I would spend
to do
every
so.
fucking day of my life after the fact talking about how fucking awful that other guy's kid is. If my kid was killed like that, I sure wouldn't be anywhere that person was safe in the first place. But like it's fucking nuts.
And on that note,
the thing you got to keep in mind is that he has one of the reasons why apparently in his position would not go vigilante is that he has a wife and other kids.
That he does. But
you have to be a man without anything to go full board.
You do. And speaking of going full bore and directly related, there was a lady who, a Texas parole supervisor, as a matter of fact, she had quite a lot to say about the Metcalfs, and that she would personally work towards aiding and assisting Karmelo Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. That boy's going to be out in 15 years or whatever. It's like, I don't fucking think so, man.
Well, she's not really working there anymore. Donna's been fired, and I'll just read the statement here from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Hello, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice holds all employees to the highest standards of professionalism. TDCJ employees carry significant public trust and require decisions free from personal bias. Following a review of a recent public statement by an individual identifying as a TDJC parole supervisor, her employment has been terminated. These statements are incompatible with TDCJ policy and values. They demonstrate bias and a lack of the impartiality essential to the fair administration of justice in Texas. Discriminatory or inflammatory conduct that erodes public confidence in the criminal justice system will not be tolerated. Well, that's good, because we very much need that. We very much need that. And just as a related, something that I'd meant to mention while we were talking about it earlier, Henry Nowak. There's a new wrinkle has appeared in this tapestry, and it might be a big, big wrinkle. Henry Nowak was not merely British. As we've mentioned, he has Polish ancestry. Well,
right.
He also holds Polish citizenship.
Oh,
indeed. And it would appear that the Polish government has started digging into this. And the mistreatment of one of their citizens. So, this could be very interesting going forward. Very interesting indeed.
Well, I think it depends on how much the British get a hold of their problems. Instead of running into another era of the Troubles, if you will.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, and speaking of troubles, there's something else we should mention. It appears that Spencer Pratt has gone fully gloves off, but at the same time, a shitload of his votes have appeared. Well, ballots, I should say.
That.
I should say ballots, because they haven't appeared
discovered.
They were in a dumpster, on the street, and various other places.
Not near a polling location. No. Not near a counting location.
No, pretty much just tossed out like so much garbage.
They couldn't even say something like, "Oh, I don't know, these votes were cured and the ballots were voided." These were unvoided ballots that were also uncounted.
Indeed, they are, and that
because counted or voided ballots are both marked.
That is true. And these votes being uncounted, unmarked, and definitely not delivered to where they ought to be, well, that raises some very interesting questions that we'll have to see answered in the coming weeks.
Well, the federal government, thankfully, conveniently...
Yeah, there's an investigation going on here.
On the very notice of this finding, the federal government has taken an interest, you can imagine.
Sure enough. What a time we find ourselves in here.
Well, I cannot wait to hear. what it is that they discover.
Oh,
And I'm not assuming they're going to discover more ballots, but I am curious as to how things were counted. Also, in light of the fact that they're opening an investigation after um, the street investigation came up from
the O'Keefe stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's so. Again, I did not realize that a vote was so cheap as $2.
yeah.
It's incredible. I
Yeah,
suppose
that's-
that a vote doesn't
that's
hold
nothing.
much value to a person who's on
Not in California.
on the road.
I mean, we have seen the value of a person's vote in California. Also,
Well, we've also
there have been
seen the value of a person's life in California.
Also
It's
that.
unfortunate.
But I mean, just specifically on the votes, I've seen any number of people on X out of California that have tried to, what's the term? Not score.
Illegally sell their vote.
It's the thing where you make sure your vote has gone through and is in and is counted. Clarify,
Certify.
justify.
Certify.
There's another word for it, but yeah, that. But where they
Where you go online, you check your number and see if it counted on the website.
yeah, there's like a specific term
Yeah.
for that I forget. That doesn't matter because certified means exactly the same thing. But
Yeah, but you get that when you do early voting in Florida. You put your thing in, they say, check this, does this light come on? Yeah, the light came on. Okay, do you see the two numbers here? Oh, yeah, I see it. Or do you see the two digits here? I see the two digits there. That's your number. Here's your receipt. And then I can go home. I can go on the website listed on the receipt. I can put in my two numbers, my like A7 or whatever, and I can see that it has been counted. That there's a circular check on that where I can go home.
Cure
See,
is
not
the
only
word.
was it counted on the thing, huh?
That cure the vote. That is exactly the term I was trying to think of.
Cure.
Yes.
Oh, well, okay, okay, yeah,
Curing
well,
the
that's
ballot.
different.
Yes, that. Now I remember. Yes. So when you cure your ballot, you go through,
That's
you make
great.
sure it's gone in, it's been counted, it's done, everything's right. And what has happened is a number of people have attempted to cure their ballots in California. Number of Republicans
So
and
that's
have
also
run
a
into
correction factor.
tremendous. They've run into tremendous
correction method.
errors. Exactly. Yes. So they would go
So,
in.
so the issue with curing your ballot, because where I mentioned that they weren't voided, etc. before, if you cure your ballot, the old ballot is voided, and they write in big letters on it "void" or they stamp it. Either way, it is voided, so it is marked as void, and a new ballot with your corrected selections is then inserted into the ballot box.
Or in the case of any
So-
number of these people where it was never received, this cured ballot would be the initial ballot, but nonetheless,
Right.
you are curing it because you did technically vote.
Right. If you get a provisional ballot and then it's later determined that your provisional ballot was valid, they still cure the ballot.
And any number
Because
of
a
individuals.
provisional page does not have any weight in the counting. It's marked provisional specifically to prevent the provisional ballots from being inadvertently mixed into the general ballot population.
Right.
if you will.
And so, as said, any number of Republican votes that were trying to cure their ballots were running into immense difficulty and then basically ran up against the clock. And so many of them were just not able to in time. How peculiar. But, as said, yes, now the feds have come down and they're going to be taking a look. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Obviously, major reporting will be keeping an eye on it as well. But this is what we do.
No, I'm
We're
really
here
curious,
early. We're here at least a
hands
week
down.
before everybody else. So, if you're listening here, you're going to find out before any of the mainstream
Keep
sources
in
even
mind-
bother to mention.
Keep in mind, like the way that they do things over there, they have a general primary and then they take a short list, and that's the runoff that they do in the general election.
And just as a by the
Which
by, Steve
I can't
Hilton.
fathom doing that.
Steve Hilton is still in for the, despite all the found votes, cough. Steve Hilton is still over the line to be, to potentially go into the governor's race. So,
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on, I thought. Oh, all right.
yeah, not Pratt.
All right, so I've pulled in. I just pulled in two separate elections in
Yeah, governor's
It's
race,
kind of like-
they weren't able to
Governor's
fix to the same degree, but the
But
LA
LA
County
is
race.
local enough. Yeah.
Now that said, well, we'll be keeping an eye on this. But while we're on the note of California, we should also mention something very, very interesting and an absolutely fascinating development moving forward. By way of the California SCOTUS, or California, oh, it's not SCOTUS, well, the California Supreme Court. They have denied the state's petition for review and stay in the Palisade fire case. They denied a case. They denied the request to overturn the previous court order. That, well, long and short, discovery moves forward.
Okay, so it was an attempt to evade discovery.
Yes, and they cannot.
Right, so discovery is happening in the court case. The original court case is still ongoing.
Yes.
Pending the conclusion of this at the Supreme Court. Got it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say
it's
SCOTUS,
the long,
yeah.
slow. It's the long, slow motion of the law.
And
in the country.
of course, they're going to slow walk everything, as we know. But now,
which is why you get people like Spencer Pratt.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you do it. Is you fuck them over for long enough and hard enough, you're going to get people like Spencer Pratt. And as goofy as he is,
you want Spencer Pratt. You don't want what comes after.
My prediction right now is that if Spencer Pratt does not get mayor of LA, he is going to get governor of California. And if he doesn't get governor of California, after not getting mayor of LA, if he doesn't get governor of California, what follows him will be.
You don't want what comes next.
So Trump is a mid-90s liberal Democrat. Had we not gotten a symptom of the issues in our country like Trump, we would have gotten someone. So and keep in mind, he is not conservative enough for most conservatives in this country, but he will do because he's not the shit that he was running against. But the thing that would have replaced Trump had he not won, had Hillary won, or had Kamala won, then what would have followed would have been something that conservatives in this country would have balked at. Like that's the place we've been at, and the same thing will happen in California. If Spencer doesn't get it, what comes after is worse. As far as like left-right dynamic, like the thing that comes after will be very,
really
very
don't
right-wing.
appreciate the fire they're playing with, if you'll pardon the pun there.
I think that's very literally a reasonable framing of it.
It's
playing with fire,
literally and figuratively. They are absolutely.
We're not talking about the
fire
from the wind. We're talking about the fire from the flamethrower.
Yeah, perhaps even literally.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you think the RWDS is just a meme, but like,
the white man is the slowest to anger. Oh, but when he gets angry,
when the Saxon began to hate, right?
You don't want that. You don't want that. But
it's just.
Or maybe
I think the best phrasing I saw online, and it was with regard to the United States as a whole, and being fucked with, was the reason the fuse is so much longer is the firework is so much bigger. It wasn't phrased exactly like that, but that
actually is. I've heard exactly that same one, which is pretty much yes. It's like there's a lot more that can go wrong if this one goes off.
Keep fucking around, and the find out phase is not going to be fun.
On that note, let's hop on over to Australia and New Zealand because they're fucking around.
Oh, they're finding out.
They are definitely fucking around. So. Just this year, they were supposed to stop. Wait. Well, we're going to kind of hop all over. So Britain has a number of sheep, and they call in a number of Australians and New Zealanders to shear those sheep.
They have a certain number of sheep. Go on.
That's it. And they need to be sheared.
Sorry.
That's it. That's the whole thing. So
all right.
For like
how are they being sheared? This just has so much potential for funniness.
It does, but it never gets there.
Okay, all right.
I
should probably be thanking God for that one.
I mean, no, I don't even know if I could spin this that way. It would be a chore. Well, anyway, so basically there aren't enough sheep shearers in Great Britain. It's just kind of a bit of a lost profession.
But they have whales.
There's not enough. So what they do is they get some of the best in the world. They have around 75 people from between Australia and New Zealand that come over every year, and what is it they say? They can shear a ewe in 2 or 3 minutes, so they do many hundreds a day, and they're very good at it. So the sheep don't get cut. Everything's calm, relaxed, very professional, in and out, done and done. These people come up, they make some money. All the sheep get sheared, so they're great for the year. You've got all this wool. Everybody wins. Well, the Home Office was set this year to end that practice. Period.
Really?
Yeah. And to train
right.
up a sheep shearer, they say requires 14 years. Realistically, you could probably do it in a decade. But that's a fucking decade of training and apprenticeship. So
You'd think they'd be doing that with the people they've brought over the whole time.
you would think, but not if you're a member of the British ruling class. You definitely wouldn't do a lot of thinking. So it seems. So yeah, this year it was set to end, but because everybody in the business was like, "No, that is insane. This cannot work," so they gave him a 1-year reprieve. So next year, it's set to end. So let's just hope some more thoughtful people get in that can undo this, because there just aren't Britons that can do the work. This is one of those, this is what H-1Bs are for, situations. And they're like, okay, well,
Sure.
we're just going to close that specific one, not the rest. No. The hordes from Africa, they can, oh, fuck yeah, they can come over. But not these skilled guys. It's quite astounding. Quite astounding indeed. But yeah, I mean, here we are. Crazy ass world. So let's see here. It's going a little late into the night, so let's not stick around too
We're
long.
at 2 a.m. We are
On
well past pumping
I am aware.
Keep in mind that I did get some good rest today, so.
So
Indulge until
also
I-
in Italy, 44-year-old woman beheaded, of course. So yeah, it is
I think
every
we should
day.
make a specific note here. The beheading, the whole reason they go for beheading, that is what they're instructed to do by Muhammad, is to strike down the infidel below the head and above the shoulders. So to cut you at the neck.
So the man whose aorta was severed so had to do that, huh?
Oddly enough.
Huh.
But
Funny
yes,
how much stock they put into that. Anyway.
it was probably a bit of an ironic killing after he killed all the Jews at Khaybar, to then have the slave woman he took in poison and kill him like that.
And this was after he got ravaged by the large Indian dudes, right?
Oh yeah, the Al-Zut.
The Al-Zut, yeah.
The men of Al-Zut.
Yeah,
The very virile,
they
girthy men of Al-Zut.
They had knowledge of Muhammad.
30 of them.
They had
30 of them who counted him
intimate.
all night long.
Intimate, all night long knowledge of Muhammad.
And this, of course, is from this follows from
deep
the
knowledge.
one version of the Quran. This follows from the one version of the Quran, Al-Zut being from a hadith. Follows from the one version of the Quran out of like the 30 or 40 versions that survived his death. The one version that survived the immediate killing of all people who had other versions by his right-hand man.
As you do.
As you do. People say there's only one version of the Quran.
Well,
there were, in fact, many
I should
tens.
clarify. I should clarify. As you do, when you're a prophet whose aorta has been severed. Just to be clear, because
I'm sure it came
these
to his
clarifications
right-hand
are
man in the
necessary.
dream.
We are talking about religious affairs, and we need to be specific.
Well, I'm sure it came to his right-hand man in a dream that he should kill all other persons proffering that they have the one true word of their God through Muhammad himself.
Oh, undoubtedly.
That having so many versions of his word might be just a little bit disingenuous. That there's only one way the men of Al-Zut mounted and rode Muhammad throughout the night.
Indeed. They
Mounted as you would a horse, by the way, is the meaning of the word that was used, which was similarly used at the time as a euphemism.
Oh, so they went for a ride.
They went for a ride in exactly the same way we use it as a euphemism today. It was used as a euphemism back then.
So,
oddly enough, throughout 2,000 years of history, to ride another human meant to have sex with them.
Well, there you go. There you go. So,
there is no other interpretation.
Or in biblical terms, they had knowledge of Muhammad.
Yes, they had carnal knowledge.
Oh no, you don't actually have to have the carnal when you're talking in biblical terms, specifically. In case you weren't aware, just as a by the by. But
yeah, by the way, that's still true in Romance languages. There are 2 words for to know someone.
Oh yeah.
Typically in a Romance language, one of them is, for example, in Spanish, one of them is saber, which is to know something like know a fact. The other one is conocer, which is to know something like to know a person as a friend. Whereas if you use saber to say you know someone, that means you've had intimate relations with them.
Right. Radio.
It's like if you say, "Hey, I know you," and you use the wrong word. Like, "Hey,
yeah.
I fucked you."
Oh yeah. Ich bin ein Berliner, as it were,
it
but
can
way
put off
worse.
the entire mood at a wedding. Let me just tell you that right out front.
Yeah. It's a well, I don't know. I'm probably about on par if you're actually a president and say some shit like that, as opposed to just fucking shitting some shit up at your own local shindig. But since we do like to close out with some good news, I have got
Here's good news.
Oh, actually, we'll get there in 1 second, real quick. There's a video of a girl wrestling a girl LARPer, and
did the girl win?
it depends on how you define girl. If you define as a human being with ovaries that is female, then no.
Well, I was right then. Bad news.
Yeah. So there's a video of this.
That's what the guy I just saw. A tweet
the video with the girl who's got the
again.
crazy look on her face, and her mom's like, "Why did she make that face?" Well, it would be because the other wrestler wanted to get a strong grip on an area that Well, ladies, they have a grippable area. If you weren't aware, that if you use your fingers, you can kind of grab. And he put his fingers right in there and grabbed real tight and flipped her right over, and she just had an absolutely horrified look on her face as it happened. Understandably. So just to read from the police report here, but because she didn't know, she wrestled. She didn't know is she was not made aware that she would be wrestling a boy LARPing as a girl. But because she didn't know, she wrestled, and during the match, the male athlete sexually assaulted KMK, shoving his fingers through her spandex clothing, digitally penetrating her vagina, and holding the position for several seconds. Visibly distressed, KMK shouted to her mother, who was video recording the match, that the opponent's fingers were in my coochie. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is fucking wrong with you? It's not good enough that you're obviously going to be overpowering these girls. You gotta fucking molest them too. What the fuck, man? So we're waiting to see what the police decide to do with that. Anyway, moving on, because we do want good news and not this awful shit. So somebody has made something really, really fucking cool. And they vibe coded it, of course, because this is some esoteric shit. Not gonna lie. They made a text video player. So, if you aren't familiar or haven't seen some of the like Doom conversions that turn the screen into like ASCII and text, basically it's that.
Does it play Doom?
It'll play anything, actually. You just put in the video, convert it, and it converts it to roughly 360p and displays in real time text that is constantly updated via Java. So
I had
all that is
I had a
well,
program
well, give me
on
one
my
second.
phone.
Give me 1 second to lay it out here.
Uh-huh.
So what this what the meat of that is, it is only text on a website. So you can put this super crunched up video anywhere, and it can't be blocked because it's just text. You can also take screenshots and like post them into a notepad because it's literally text.
So that technology, that kind of thing, and actually it might even just be the same stuff that's imported. I had an app on my phone from 2017. Anyway, it's an ASCII camera app, and it would do the same thing, but like it's doing it in real time as you're looking through the camera on the phone. So now that was a stylized image. Saving it as actual text would be like the logical next step because they can do that. But it was, it was shown, it was just displayed as text on the phone. So that's really cool. Waiting to see how that pans out. And then animating that is just as simple as playing a sequence of text files.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
So,
Similar.
yeah.
But, there's one good story. I've actually got a couple more. Let's see. They found... Oh, right. Near and dear to the heart of the show, at least as far as myself and Steve are concerned. And, one or two of our guests on that matter. The first dose of age reversal therapy has been administered. ER100. It's an experimental therapy. First been put out by... human trials have just begun out of Boston-based Life Biosciences. So, another one that we're going to be keeping an eye on, but also one of those we are very interested in where it goes. Let me get the... see if I can get you an actual article here, since those did just begun. Let's see here, Life Biosciences... okay, here we go. Life Biosciences, their own press release. All right, cool. June 9th, it looks like it just began. Phase 1 trials at ER100. Do they have any numbers? About. They do not. Okay, well, we'll be keeping an eye on this, and I'll throw a link to the actual thing, and it's straight out of the Life Biosciences website, so, you can look further into that, or the papers themselves, because they've got the link to the actual clinicaltrials.gov everything. So if you really want to get the full breakdown of the data and everything, it's all available there. Beyond that, we've also got a very fun update by way of orders given from the literal chief of staff to his staff at the post office, and that order was no mail-in voting unless it can be verified. Thank you. Please drive through. Long and short, there is no more. That's it. It's done. No mail-in votes. Just kaput. Unless you're one of the previously. Well, no, I should be more specific. I don't have all the data because I don't have the article specifically in front of me, but I can give you a little bit of it. I believe it will fall back to the original qualifications, so like if you're military, if you're disabled, basically. But beyond that, it's going to be blocking any mail-in ballots from states that won't provide their voter rolls for audit and such, which is completely reasonable, honestly. I see no problem with that, because if we can't cure the votes, then well, how do we know somebody didn't just sign it with a fucking bunch of smileys? Cough.
Interesting.
So yeah, beyond that.
So it's funny. I had to explain the absurdity of that one to someone the other day. Let me just do it again, just to reiterate, especially if it was here. The signature line required you to have a witness if you were unable to sign. The witness was not required to provide any identification at all. So literally the same person could put two smileys on the envelope.
Which has happened.
One for themselves and one for the witness. Any
enough.
scribble will do.
Yep. Anything at all. Squiggle, whatever. Whatever you want to fucking do. But also, beyond that, we've got oil back down under $85 a barrel on word that perhaps... Now, they're not going to do it because they've already said they're not going to, and they're going to be stubborn about it just to be stubborn. But Trump wants the Iran deal signed on Sunday so that it can be like, it's my birthday, we've got the UFC thing going on, I got this cleared up. It's not going to happen. It'll probably happen like Tuesday or Wednesday. If it is as close as, well, basically everyone is saying. Well, everyone except, Thunderfoot and Genuine, the general haters. Although, to be fair, Thunderfoot doesn't cut into Trump at all, but he's so obsessed with Elon Musk that I don't think he would have time to actually consider another human being.
Yeah.
But, it apparently, according to people around Trump and the man himself, that the deal may be signed tomorrow and the strait will be open. That'd be great. Realistically, with the statements out of the Iranian regime, probably not. It's probably going to take a couple days just because they don't want to give him that win, and it is a bit of a facial society. So, fucking fair enough, whatever. But it looks like this might actually be about done. And when it is, then what? Then what is everybody going to say? Like, I'll be honest. I didn't have a lot of good things to say about this at the beginning, but once it's begun, you can't stop. You can't just not do the fucking work and leave it undone. Then everything gets worse. So here we are, and that's kind of been my position this whole time. It's like, yeah, I don't like it, but you can't leave this undone. It's like, you'll appreciate this analogy, Craig. It's like doing high energy chemistry. Once you get started, you need to finish, or something real bad might happen, right?
Close enough.
When you're working with very energetic materials, they can be very unstable at the middle of the process. So you finish the process one way or the other, even if you got to throw the shit out at the end. You finish,
That's an okay way of putting it.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, some good news. No, just a real quick. Starmer's being Starmer. He brought back some people from the Epstein files, of course. But that might actually end up being, well, in the long run, that'll be good for Restore. Because everything that Starmer does is good for Restore. Bad for Britain, but good for Restore. Which is probably going to be, as said before, the bleeding heart liberal option. The kindest, friendliest, nicest way to move forward for Britons. Because you really, boy, you don't want to think about what might happen next. Because Ole Enoch Powell mentioned rivers of blood, and he is entirely right.
You ever seen the movie Snatch?
I mean, I have.
There's the moment where they talk about a pikey reaction. How it's a hell of a thing.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. So, it's not something you really want to... It's not something you ever want to be party to. You want to be far away from that as possible, because things could get terrible. Absolutely terrible. Terrible in ways you don't even want to comprehend. You don't even want to think about it.
Yeah.
Because kind of stuff could really mess with your head. Is all I'm saying. Because awful things happen when people are pushed to the brink, and it's just that simple. So let us hope then that a few steps can be taken back, but it doesn't look like those folks are much keen on it. So whatever. Anyway, I would say that on the update with since we've been talking about him since the last show, and he's a cool guy, Frankie from Germany. He is again having a grand old time, and he is now going to be going to a concert with his new favorite musician. Congratulations, Frankie. And another uplifting account to follow, let me just grab a link here, is a man by the name of Jason Bartlett. We've spoken about him before as well. Just a super, super wholesome account. South African farmer, salt of the earth, decent guy, faithful man, loves America for all the right reasons, and he's just every couple of days putting out a video of like, hey, I'm out in my field, and it's wonderful. I was able to go to bed last night and come back to my field. None of my animals were slaughtered. None of them killed. Nobody broke into my house. My children are safe. Oh, it's wonderful. And the fact that he says this shit with such absolute blasé normalcy, because that was his life. That was his everyday life. Like, you know, I might come home and, you know, all my animals might be slaughtered, and, you know, the fetuses poured out of the female animals that were pregnant and placed on pikes, because that apparently is a thing in South Africa that they just do. Or he mentioned, because he was recently on a trip to Washington, D.C. with a guy that he works with, and talked about it, that the guy that he was working with was like, you know what, we're not going to get a motel. We'll just drive through for the night. And he was like, at that time, I had an overwhelming sense of dread and panic wash over me, because he's from South Africa. You don't travel at night in South Africa unless you are a mercenary, a killer, or have a death wish. And, you know, they traveled through the night, got where they were going, everything was fine. But this man carries so much trauma that it's just crazy what these people have been put through. I'm so happy that they're finally getting a chance to have a peaceful life instead of fucking Somalis. These people deserve what they're receiving, which isn't all that much. They're just being given a place, and you know, just enough to basically, here you go, get you in the door. They're not being given millions and millions and millions of dollars like so many Somalis. It's like so many Haitians. They're just being given a chance, and everyone I've seen has been incredibly grateful, and it does my heart good to see.
Speaking of given a chance, and this isn't going to be good news, but it is potentially funny news, I guess.
All right.
Sense. So, I don't think we covered it very much, but Karmelo Anthony has filed a notice of appeal. That means he will be appealing.
Oh, of course.
Not that he has already filed papers to appeal. He's just informed the court that he wants to do an appeal. That's all it means, and it takes like 10 seconds on paper to do. So that's happened, and the intelligentsia of Blacktivist Twitter are basically crowing that, you know, Carmelo's new attorneys are smiling ear to ear after Austin Metcalf, dad, had his melty over the statements that were being made. So after the trial,
over his son being murdered in cold blood, after the murderer was found guilty of the murder.
Yeah. So Lauren Chen actually had a nice post on this, which was Carmelo Anthony supporters believe that statements made by Austin Metcalf's father after the trial has ended will help Anthony's appeal. He said, "I'm not even sure what the logic is here. Yes, my client stabbed that boy, but did you hear what that boy's dad said about it after?"
Yeah.
She's nailing the head there. That it's like I said, you can find it as a bit humorous from a dark perspective, but there's this genius notion that with the correct incantations inside such a magical court, you're going to be able to obtain freedom. I don't fucking think so.
No, not really. That's a stretch.
Like, crime's over, trial's over, you admitted guilt, etc. You went to a jury trial, which was fucking retarded.
Oh, and
like,
just a real quick on that too, is so many of his supporters are like, you know, I don't know why people won't listen to his own words and what he had to say. It's like, excuse me, he chose
did.
not to take the stand, actually.
No. See, the thing is, they still listen to his own words.
Yeah.
Because what did he say afterwards? He said nothing alleged about it. I stabbed that kid.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. So,
I'm not about that alleged stuff. I stabbed him.
yep. So, as we do like to close out with good news, I don't know if this is exactly good news, but it is useful news, which helpful. Because I actually do have a good news story to close us out. So, I'm not gonna completely leave us hanging here. We'll do the halfway story first. The guys that make the new, I think the Alien logo, Rideout Arsenal. Oh, the Dragon. It looks like the Alien logo. It's a really cool, super futuristic pistol. Thing is really dope. They're based out of Virginia, and they're not having it, so they're leaving, and apparently they're going to be going to Georgia. Surprising absolutely no one. Now, where was the other one that was a good story? Because I want to get that one up here, too. There we go. All right, so we'll get that one ready. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to grab a quick link to something shared by Lord Miles, a new site that apparently a friend of his has created called asylum.ngo. And that's just what it is, asylum.ngo. You can hop right over there immediately. And it has... Oh, I'll just read it off here. My friend just created a website that tracks every single immigration NGO in the West with their funding numbers, their phone numbers, their names, and their addresses. So that's some stuff. It's got the database here. Oh, across U.S., Europe, Australia, and Canada. Let's see. Let's take a look at the database. Actually, you know what? Let me pop it up on the stream here, because that'll be fun. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the database. What all's in there? We've got... Oh, the number one. Oh, confidence ratings, too. That's excellent. Very high confidence ratings. I guess it's... okay. So it is rated by confidence ratings, high to low. You can check if they have a website that you can go to. Well, there is 78 pages. That's a lot of NGOs. And 366 if I don't look for websites. Goodness gracious, that is a ridiculous number of non-governmental organizations. Why am I not surprised? Well, anyway, link will be down below for you to take a look at that at your leisure. And, see if there's anything interesting that you find in there. Maybe there's someone local. Who knows? Maybe there's somebody far away. You can send them a letter. Something, I am literally not asking for anything crazy to happen here. I'm not going all Uncle Ted here. Like, you could literally just send a letter.
So, pardon me for asking again, but what would this website be?
Asylum.ngo.
Asylum.ngo.
Yes, sir. It's got a running total, kind of like the debt clock, which is showing the amount of spending that's happening by the moment by these non-governmental organizations.
There we are.
Isn't it just a handy little website? Handy dandy. Lots of good information there.
Oh, man.
Just loads of information.
The USA one. Now, it's interesting, if you look at the impact and the pricing involved, the USA has 287, and we're spending 19.2 billion. 19.2 billion being the largest among those shown. And then every other country except Ireland has more confirmed orgs. Admittedly, the spending is estimated.
Well, something else I notice as I bring that up is the number of NGOs in France, which by itself is just an interesting point. But when you understand a few things about France and their specific legal situation, it makes a lot of sense. Because in France, racial demographics are essentially completely forbidden in almost anything. So, where better to hide your racially based NGO that imports third worlders to your many and varied Western nations? What a perfect place to do such a thing. Fascinating stuff, man. Fascinating stuff. But
Actually, like, just the very beginning here, when I'm looking at, I click database and I'm looking, I see Afghanistan and Central Asian Association. There's integration services in Great Britain. That was probably not going to do so well right now. I see Church's Action for Refugee Resettlement in Exeter. Also Great Britain. Let's see, Belfastshire Refugee and Asylum Seeker Support. Like, it's asylum justice.
Oh, all sorts
Like
of
these-
things. All of them sounding relatively harmless, but... Always that the first one.
I mean, how
Action
many...
for post-Soviet Jewry Inc. Come
Where?
on. Page 2 of the U.S. organizations. Oh, God.
Page 2 of US, you said?
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Country...
Adirondack Welcome
US.
Club, Adult and Youth Learning Center, Adirondack Regional Immigration Collaborative. These are all, they all just sound so very pedestrian and not like they're actually destroying the West, which they fucking are.
Alright, so you said... Hold on. Action for Post-Soviet Jewry Inc.
That was just a funny thing to
Now,
pop up.
that probably involves the Jewish oblast that they made over by China.
Oh, undoubtedly. Well, no, it might not. No, that's post-Soviet. Who even knows?
I mean,
Who even knows?
Well, that's where basically all the Jews ended up being in the Union after, when they right before they broke it up, was because they shoved them all into the one oblast.
It could be, but I don't want to click on this because I don't actually want to reveal anything on stream because they've got a lot of fucking data in here. So, anyway, interesting stuff. It's just funny that they
All of them-
pop up. But,
Massachusetts? What?
oh yeah,
What?
no.
No, never mind. Why?
But moving on along to one of the last ones here, and not necessarily a good story yet, but odds are pretty strong because these guys get the job done. So
Wait.
second- What?
Hold on.
What you got? What's up?
From 1975,
Uh-huh.
registered in November 1975, they have 4 employees.
Wow, there's some old
The
employees.
revenue of them, I don't know if this is annual or what, is $294,000.
That's pretty strong monies.
I mean, divided amongst 4 people, that's still 4
That's-
decent jobs.
Yeah, that's healthy monies.
Holy shit! I know this is supposed to go towards.
Post-Soviet jewelry.
No, it's supposed to go towards the processing of them,
Oh yeah, there can't be much of that.
right? It's not supposed to be direct. It's not supposed to be direct payment. It's supposed to be payment for services.
Yeah, but we all know full and well how NGOs work. So yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's 4 decent jobs.
Oh yeah.
Like, if I don't know. Like, that's the thing is they don't have any filings. They don't show any filings here. Like, I'd be interested to know how many people they are processing. How much service we're getting per unit revenue that they're receiving.
Yeah. Well, as
What
I
is the
was-
public good here?
oh, that's right. There's a great question. But anyway, moving on to the last of the stories. As I was saying, the Second Amendment Foundation, great guys, worth a follow, worth supporting too. If you want a decent charity you'd like to throw some money at, they are actually registered and everything. So they are much more effective than the NRA, and they are the kind of organization that wants to no longer exist someday. And that's exactly who you need to be supporting, because any given NGO never ever wants to go away ever. So when you can, even if they're kind of shitty people, if they want to get something done and it's not something you hate, man, you might be better off supporting them than the people that literally hate you. Anyway, Second Amendment Foundation is basically going to try to piss in the Virgin Islands Cheerios. So they're trying to put together some pretty stringent civil rights controls, gun control laws down in the Virgin Islands. And, well, they're saying no, because we've got a number of Supreme Court rulings that are going to moot all those anyway. So they're just trying to put down the word, so don't fucking do it. Don't waste your own money and time. Don't waste our money and time. Don't waste the taxpayers' money and time. They'll probably do it anyway. Anywho, that's the so-so news. Just Second Amendment Foundation being bros and helping out people. The news, good stuff to close us out tonight out of Virginia. Yeah, good news out of Virginia. One of their state judges has told the state itself to kick rocks. No universal background checks. Fuck you.
Huh.
Excellent stuff. So, despite the fact that, as we reported last week, they're having record sales, well, maybe they can keep up those sales a little bit longer. Because in addition to numerous sheriffs and counties saying, yeah, kick fucking rocks, we're not doing shit. Don't care what you say, we're not even going to enforce it. Don't care what they got. The motherfucker got a machine gun, I don't care. Eat a dick. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But, yeah, the long and the short is they've got a great deal of sheriffs on the inside. They're just saying, yeah, we're not going to do it. And now they've got their own courts that are saying, yeah, it's unconstitutional. So, too bad. So, no gun show loophole gets killed. Basically, things should remain relatively static for now.
See, they say gun show loophole. It's not a fucking loophole.
No, it's two people selling things that they own to each other, which has always been the way that everything always works forever.
It's regulated identically to every other scenario. There's no loophole.
Nope, none at all. And if you're wanting to buy from an FFL at a gun show, then you're buying from an FFL. It's just not at their place of business. That is literally the only change. If you're buying a gun from a person, you're buying a gun from a person inside of a specific building as opposed to inside of another specific building. So the arguments against this are quite retarded.
Well, they're fucking stupid.
They are. They're like the
I
worst
know you're not
kind of
going to disagree
autism.
with me. I'm saying, like,
I mean literally. You can't make these arguments in a sound way. They are quite literally retarded.
Fucking stupid.
That's it, man. You know. So yeah, no universal background checks, none of that nonsense. If you want to sell your gun to someone that you know isn't a felon, then you can.
Yeah,
if you want to sell your gun to someone that is a felon, you can, but be careful because the feds can come down on you.
If you have specific knowledge that someone is a felon, without their rights being restored, prior to making a sale, and it's like provable in text, like there is no overcoming that one.
Yeah, you got a bad problem. So don't do that.
Oh, speaking of, well, I'll call it good news. It's just funny. There's that amazing video of that woman saying, "I'm glad you said that." There's a great meme.
Well, there's any number, but
I know. This
oh wow,
really,
that's
truly,
well illustrated. Well illustrated.
That is truly an exceptional work.
But that is to say that it goes in the body cam collection. It fits very well. Fits quite nicely. But with that, I've hit all the high points I was wanting to hit. I mean, I could share some more awful news.
I've got a couple others for you.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to do any more awful news. So what you got?
I don't know. It's the same one. Same woman. Just 3 more versions of her.
Okay. She is a boisterous individual. In case you're not aware, it's any of the number of women that are all
just
exactly
amazing.
The fucking same at every Karmelo Anthony support thing.
Just she.
Just
I mean,
so
now
angry.
keep in mind this is a Pan-Africanist National Black Panther Party person. So, like, of course she's going to be a little out there. Like, of the people you could be represented by, especially if you're a person who's guilty.
Yeah,
this is not the one to have.
No, I mean, unless you're wanting to make sure that nobody is at all, on your side. If you want to destroy any compassion that might possibly exist, that's a good pick. You know, really. It's like
if
you hate Karmelo Anthony, this lady, she's a real peach. A real peach.
Yeah, she stands out.
Does.
Now, this is the sad thing is, I'm sitting there watching this, and I used to be a watcher of Mr. Sotomayor, fantastic gentleman who's very much involved with men's rights for black men. You know, and talking about black women clowning on themselves, making the population in the U.S. look stupid.
Yeah, making
doing
every
the
black
disservice
person
to
look
black
bad,
people
yeah.
worldwide. And I'm just sitting there watching this because he used to get so upset by it because it's not that you want to end black people by not having them reproduce. It's like you want to end bad relationships and people who shouldn't be in a relationship in the first place, right?
Only Margaret Sanger wants to do that.
Well, the idea here being which productive member of society, which good husband or good wife is this woman going to raise? And it could be that they're actually a fantastic mother if they happen to have kids. It's just like, but what example are you setting for your children? His whole thing was, being a good parent and watching out for yourself as a man. And that's the whole wholesome aspect. I'm just looking at this woman as she's raging at this guy with the camera, thinking, what is poor Sotomayor thinking right now? Which it must be similar enough to some other video that he showed on his own channel before that brought the thought of him up. But it's like, this is exactly the kind of behavior that he would sadly have to bring up and say, don't do this. Don't do this to your husband, to your children. Don't do this to any future boyfriend. This is horrible for you and for the rest of the community.
True.
And
that's not the only one.
I think that's actually more positive than I thought it sounded at the start with saying that. That there are people out there who are looking to try and fix society to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And that that he left a lasting enough impact on me to bring that up.
People. Godspeed. I wish them the best. Much like real talk. Much like Imam Tawhidi. Islam has a long way to go. But if there's guys like that and guys like bin Salman that are out there that are willing to actually try and make it conform to a modern reality, then, more power to them. If you can save that religion without it having to be destroyed, good luck. Really. I mean that. But let's close with something really interesting and some good news. And some tech news, because it's cool.
Sure.
So, there's been a $5 billion investment out of the Transportation Department. This is out of transportation.gov. They're going to be, Delphin is going to be building the FNLG-1, which will be the world's first deep water port LNG export facility. Full-on LNG factory, basically. Liquid natural gas from anywhere to anywhere into any system. Monster of a boat. Just a giant thing. A complete gas processing plant on the ocean. And it's now under development in Louisiana. Delphin Midstream has taken a final investment decision for the first FNLG, the Delphin LNG project under development in Louisiana and offshore in the Gulf of America. While explaining the Delphin FNLG-1 will be the first floating liquefaction factory in the United States. Oh, there might be others? Okay. I do think it's going to be the largest of its type and one of the first of its type. So it'll be very interesting. And the renders are freaking cool. It is a giant factory ship. It looks wild. So just, kind of an interesting thing. Another interesting thing that's happening. And is there anything else in the article here about that? Okay, so there have been 2 deepwater port licenses. The other is to Texas Gulf Link. Let's see if this has got any specifics on what they'll be doing there. Okay, so this one will be more traditional then, as opposed to the other being like literally a mobile liquid natural gas factory, that's just so fucking cool. I love seeing these just mega engineering projects. They just really show off where science and technology are. So I'll expect there's probably going to be something cool on this from mega projects or one of those things. But that closes out with a kind of a neat story. A couple of good stories. A couple of bad stories, let's be real. But, and I can't think of anything else I want to cover. You know what? Just real quick, there's nothing more to it than just this. But Act Blue has been discovered to have been accepting foreign donations and contributions that were made under false identities.
We don't know that.
No,
the lady pled the fifth.
Actually, no, we do. This, outside of that, Jim Jordan's been doing some investigation. So we've got some confirmation. So this one's going to be a fun one to watch, too. Because Act Blue, well, they got a history. They got a long history. James O'Keefe shared a little bit of it. But anyway, is there anything else you want to share, my man?
I was going to say, the only issue I have with Act Blue is that, WinRed? Not very different.
Not tremendously.
Throwing that out there right now.
Although that said, it doesn't look like WinRed was even remotely as corrupt. But
it wasn't remotely as active as.
Better statement. Yeah.
I think that's the. If it had been a bigger source of income for the GOP.
Well, yeah, it's also a matter of capability. So they'd have had to.
When it comes to corruption, the GOP tends to follow whatever the leaders.
What would you say the heart is willing but the body is unable, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I think the thing is, like, the Republicans typically tend to follow in the footsteps of Democrats who do proven corruption. Like, if it's something they are able to do, and they show that they're able to do it, and they can get away with it, and no one's fucking doing anything about it, the more desperate Republicans are going to just follow along and do it anyway. Like insider trading. That's been a thing for about as long as trading's been a thing. But somebody had to do it first, and I bet you it was a fucking Democrat.
Oh, probably. But, you son of a bitch.
Then again,
we're ending on a high note, so I've got to pull out another story.
Fine, fuck you, do it.
Oh, I will, by golly. By way of Open Door.
Fuck you, I will.
By way of Open Door and Kaz Neditanian, one of the staffing and important peoples. I'll just read out the letter that was given here, because it's a great letter. It really is. Huge. A big league, as you will. Team, I want to update you on a change we are making to Open Door. We launched Open Door 2.0 a few months ago. Open Door had nearly 250 employees in India. Over the last few months, some of these jobs have been relocated back to the United States. Today, we are finalizing bringing those roles closer to our customers in America and beginning the process of winding down our India-based operations. This affects all of our colleagues in India who have done meaningful work for Open Door. I am grateful for their dedication, and this dedication is not a reflection of the quality of their work. Our colleagues in India are great people, and we recommend them to anyone hiring. Why we are making this change? Our customers are in America, and the operational work we do for them is best done close to them. For years, Open Door built a large team in India to handle manual workflows across fragmented systems. As we've unified these systems and have hired a small AI-native customer-facing teams throughout the U.S., we need all this operational work to be done in person and close to our customers. After today, Open Door 2.0 will be a much smaller company by headcount, but a much larger company by impact. Our people, aided by the tools we have built, will own more, build more, and have broader scope than ever before. Operationally, we will see these major changes as a result. 1, we will simplify. Fewer tools, fewer steps, fewer workarounds. 2, we will build one platform so anyone at Open Door can see how a home moves through buy, reno, and sell. 3, we will stop stacking manual workflows on top of point solution tools. Every new process will earn its place. What this means for our colleagues in India. Oh my. For the people affected, this is a significant and difficult change, and we are providing transition packages including severance, outplacement services, and other resources. A small subset of team members will stay on to complete the transition of the key work streams. What this means for the rest of the companies. Our priorities and directions have not changed, and Open Door is in a strong position and getting stronger. Our colleagues in India helped get Open Door to where it is today, and we're grateful for it. Our job now is to keep tilting the world in favor of homeowners. Let's fix America's housing problem. Questions? Our next open house with AMA is 6/16, and as always, my DMs are open. Well, what a nice fella. What a kind man. What an easy letdown for those folks. I can't imagine how nice it must be to work for that guy. Or, well, to have worked for that guy. You know, since you don't anymore, if you're in India. And by golly, that is a fine end to the show, wouldn't you say? Oh, no. I lost my Craig. Well, these things happen. It is late. Oh, there he is.
I was out in the kitchen. That was a long-ass letter.
Well, anyway. That's about that. So, that said, everybody, it has been an absolute pleasure sharing all the news with you and some of the background as best we can. There's a lot we're going to be keeping an eye on. A lot more to be keeping an eye on. But there's some good voices and some good news out there. So, happy to share a little bit with you. With that, of course, you can find our friend Steve, Ratman720. Craig, you can find at CraigBob99. I'm Evan, and you can find me at that fake guy Dan. The show, a Fake Untitled Podcast, it's everywhere. If you aren't subscribed, what are you doing? Make sure and subscribe, leave a comment, and tell every single person you know to watch every single episode twice. Maybe even 3 times. Just for good measure. See you soon.